Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Oh dear. Well, it doesn't seem like it automatically redirected. Oh, that's weird. YouTube is broken. Uh, okay. Well, it was meant to redirect automatically, but it didn't. It decided not to do that. Okay. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful. Go to other live. Weird stuff. I don't know why it didn't redirect you here, but it didn't, so... Oh, now it is. That only took like a minute. For some reason. Watch now. There we go. Now I can leave a like on my own stream. Yippee! With that being said, hello, Ona Yoshiyahu. Congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, Phantom. Hello, Random Animator. Hello, Ivion. Hello, Gaming50. Hello, Lockfox. Hello, Uwu Oh Wo Wow. Saying I got redirected. Okay, good. Alright, it worked. It worked. It just was really delayed for some reason. Femyoz, would you ever get acrylics? Probably not. I gotta... Maybe. I don't know. I gotta grow out my nails, honestly. I gotta stop biting them. But, yeah, hello. Ivion saying slurs. Wow. I mean, technically. Did I say hello to Gaming50? Hello, Dahlia. Hello, Daniel Berry. Hello, Sweetener. Ew, ads. So true. What's your opinion on Charlie Kirk's death? You know, I was like, really, devastated when I heard the news. You know, I couldn't sleep at night. Really, hold on, one sec. Really tragic stuff. Sorry, I had to switch camera. I didn't want to cry on camera, so, you know. Yeah, that was me, crying off camera. I just didn't want to do that on camera. Oh shit, wait, fuck, sorry, I almost started crying again. You know, I just can't, dude, ever since Charlie Kirk died, you know, I just can't sleep at night. You know, it's just truly devastating stuff. You know, I'm just mourning his loss. Sorry, chat. I just need a sec. I'm just like super sad about this. I'm trying not to cry on camera. You know, I'm just so sad. You know, this is just how I you know, but anyways. My favorite tranny. Let's go. I hope you're feeling well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. She says while grinning from ear to ear. Nuh-uh. There's no proof. Oh, hey, I'm sorry, dude. I know how you feel. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, we're all very devastated at the loss of a, you know, it's, you know, once you find out about a dead op, you know, you're always going to be really sad about it, obviously. I mean, how could you not be sad about a dead op? You know? Yes, I'm so sad, parentheses, ruffling. True. True. I eat drywall, as you should, Addison, as you should. Yeah, we all feel so bad. Did you see the vid of Charlie Kirk? Yeah. Yeah, it was truly devastating stuff. I'm actually scarred for life because of it. You know, let me try a cute clip in your hair. Maybe I gotta do that. You are the goofiest lady on YouTube right now? You know, maybe. Anyways. No offense, but I never knew about him until I heard the news. I feel like that goes for most people. You know? Anyways. Okay, wait, speaking of olive oil run, since somebody mentioned them in chat, do they like, what are their thoughts on Charlie Kirk? Are they like, okay, because I could see it going either way. Like, I could see them like moral fagging over it, because like, they're right wing, but I could also see them like using it to rage bait and being like, no, actually, I think it's based because he was like a Zionist or whatever. I don't know. I feel like I could see her doing either. It's either gonna be a rage bait or like a moral fag. Charlie Kirk was their #1 fan. True. Charlie Kirk said gun violence was necessary. True. You know, he's just one of the many necessary casualties for our Second Amendment to exist, you know? Anyways. Was watching Parker for a minute. Wait, like the debate guy? The debate nerd Parker? Is that the Parker we're talking about? I have a clip saved in a playlist of a very interesting clip. Alright. A very good dude. I have a clip of Parker saved in a playlist somewhere that I really want to show you guys at some point. Oh, I found it. It's oh, stop it. Okay. It's this one's a banger. It's called MAGA Man Humiliated by Simple Questions Without Realizing. This is one of my favorite clips of all time. So let me put on my headphones. All right, we're gonna take a look. All right, this is gonna be some good stuff.
I have a question. So are you saying that any type of redistribution of wealth is socialism?
Yes.
Yes. So do you support socialism?
Yes. No.
Yes.
Do you advocate for K through 12 education being free at the point of service?
No.
No.
Dude. This is sad.
Get rid of K through 12 free at the point of service. Do you believe in abolishing Social Security?
Yeah.
Do you believe in abolishing Medicare?
Yep.
Do you believe in abolishing Medicaid?
Yeah.
Dude, do you believe in every bad position ever? Yeah.
Do you believe in abolishing food stamps?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's even more confident in that one. That's one he thought about before the debate.
Do you believe in abolishing all free school lunch and breakfast for children?
Yep.
I love how it's just, do you believe in insert the most evil position here? And he's always like, yeah, I believe in that. Yeah, I believe children should starve. That's actually based.
Do you believe in giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires?
Yeah.
I love how he's just saying yes to like the most unpopular positions imaginable.
Do you believe in having the government control water and sewer or electricity or anything?
No, the government needs to stand back. And we got to get rid of all of it. That's how we rebuild the country.
Dude, just abolish the government. Sir, do you believe in abolishing the entire government?
Do you think there should be private courts?
No.
So how do you fund public court systems?
Oh, wait, true, because public court systems would be socialism in this guy's view. Wait, he has a point.
Well, the federal government through tariffs.
Dude, you don't understand, okay? Here's how the court system would work. It wouldn't be public, okay? Because that's socialism. It couldn't be private. So the government would do it through tariffs. Wow. He found the loophole in the system.
So taxes. So redistribution of wealth.
No, not taxes, tariffs.
What is a tariff?
Dude, a tariff is like the magical thing where like it benefits the economy because it just does, okay? Trust me.
Tax on importing good from an exporting country.
Yeah, who pays those taxes? It's going to be not the other country. It's going to be corporations that put that tax onto the consumer. So we just end up paying more.
So a tariff is not a tax, but how you define a tariff includes the word tax within it. You want to get rid of the military?
Yeah, definitely. We could have built a...
What? Look, I think decreasing military funding would be base, like, you know, cut military spending, but just get rid of the military entirely. Okay, dude. All right, sure.
Tax within it. You want to get rid of the military?
Yeah, definitely. We could have built a force field around this nation by now.
Chat, we could have a force field by now if only we stopped building Sorry, if only we stopped funding the military, we could have a force field around our entire country. We have the technology for it, clearly.
Yeah, we could have built a force field. Yeah, we could be the Gungans from Star Wars. Yes.
We could have.
Can you tell me what evidence you have that we could have a force field around the United States?
Sure, we have the technology through microwave technology.
Dude, he's gonna use microwave technology to build a force field around the US. You know, at first I was against this guy, now I think he's just incredibly fucking based. You know, I think we should use microwave technology to build a force field around the country. You know, if I was at this point of the debate from Parker's position, I would just concede right there.
Around the United States.
Sure, we have the technology through microwave technology.
Microwave technology will not create a force field around our nation. Shut
Dude, you're just a hater, okay? That's what the government wants you to believe.
up, dude.
Oh, man. Oh, we might react to this later. We'll see. Oh, man. That is a gnarly hairline. Ooh. His face is very small for his head. Ooh. Oh, yikes. Oh, he's not a very good-looking individual.
Do you think men can give birth? I think that.
Shut up. I don't care. Eat shit. I would say eat shit and die, but, like... we already know the outcome, so, I mean, there'd be no point. Yeah, he died with that hairline, I know. He didn't even shave it off. He'll always be remembered for his super small face, being a Zionist, and his receding hairline. He'll always be known for being a Netanyahu bootlicker who wants to send more money to Israel. That's his legacy. Anyways. Chat, Chat, how many of you are familiar with Jubilee? Well, I think Jubilee is a great source of entertainment, okay? And, unlike Charlie Kirk, Michael Knowles is still alive and active, saying things that are just as dumb as the things that Charlie Kirk was known for saying. And I'm very interested in not just this video in particular, one conservative versus 25 LGBTQ plus activists featuring Michael Knowles, but I'm very interested in this particular segment where they talk about trans people. Why? Because I'm trans, obviously. Duh. You know? Or at least I assume it's obvious. You know, people say, we can always tell, so I'm assuming it's obvious. Fact of the matter is, Michael Knowles has outright stated numerous times that he believes that transgenderism should be eradicated from public life entirely. He doesn't believe that I have a right to exist or that other trans people have a right to exist. He fundamentally opposes that. He doesn't believe in basic human rights, nor does he claim to. I mean, at least he's sort of mask off, but it's kind of scary that we've gotten to a point where him being mask off is even somewhat effective. I'm just saying.
Thank you. Thanks. My next claim is that transgenderism should be eradicated from public life entirely.
He thinks that we should be eradicated from public life entirely. But he's not a fascist, you guys. He's not a fascist. He doesn't believe in fascism. He just thinks that I shouldn't be allowed to exist or express myself. I should be forced back into the closet by the government, according to Michael Knowles. What are those eye bags? Look, all I'm going to say is that Michael Knowles does not have the best skincare routine. It's because he's a repressed gay man, and he probably thinks that washing his ass is gay.
Hi.
Hello?
Blossom. She, her, hers, power.
Wait, I think I've seen this person before. Wait, where have I seen her?
The Blossom Powerhouse, lovely to meet you.
Yes. Go ahead. I want to know your ideology around transgenderism, something that doesn't exist. It just sounds more like conservative propaganda. So I kind of want to know.
True. Cutting straight to the chase. Yeah. What the fuck is transgenderism? The belief that trans people exist? What are you talking about? Transgender is this big, scary, encompassing term of bad thing I don't like. But what it really amounts to is we don't want trans people to have rights or the right to express themselves or to get access to necessary medical care or to have anything that would benefit them. we want to take their rights away, actually. That's all it really means. Like, what are the policy positions of someone that says they're in favor of eradicating transgenderism? The only reason he says he wants to eradicate transgenderism and not trans people is because, well, one of those things is a little bit more transparent as to what he believes. But we all know what he thinks, and we all know what transgenderism being eradicated is a euphemism for.
A little bit more about what you're trying to communicate.
Okay, I think for all of history everywhere, people have understood the human person to have something to do with his body.
No, philosophers constantly disagree on this. In fact, that would actually be a less popular position. If we're talking about what philosophers have talked about, no. We actually don't believe that a person's existence is strictly on the basis of their physical presence. There's a reason that we don't believe in things like phrenology anymore. There's a reason we stopped believing in that shit, because it's dumb. It's actually not your bone structure that determines who you are fundamentally as a person. And if you're a spiritual individual, surely you would be somebody that believes that the soul is in part separate from the body, right? So what is your point?
So like your body has something to do with who you are. Now there is an...
As a person? Why should that dictate who you are as a person? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't it be your brain? Just saying. Just saying.
An alternative view, which is called Gnosticism. It's a view that our bodies don't really have anything to do with who we are, that the body is maybe even evil, and that our true selves have no connection to our bodies. And
aside from the notion that your bodies are evil, which I would disagree with, what exactly is wrong with any of the other shit that you described? What is the issue with anything else you described, Michael? All you've described is, yeah, it's actually not our bodies that determine who we are fundamentally as people. That's actually not how we identify as human beings. There's more to being a human than your physical appearance. Also, thank you, Sora, for the $2, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying still gorgeous as ever. Thank you so much for the kind, generous donation. You guys have been generous today. I know this is the beginning of this stream, but like we got a bunch of donos, like same day, different stream. So you guys have been generous.
I see in the transgender ideology a kind of Gnosticism that says that you could look like a man, you could have a man's genetics, you could have a man's genitals, you could have a man's everything. But if you feel on some deep level that you're really a woman, then you are really a woman. And
well, yeah, what determines a personal identity, your physical body or your brain? It's obviously going to be a combination of psychological and social factors that determine who you are as a person. It is going to be a combination of how your brain operates and the environment that it operates within, as well as its ability to engage socially in certain social situations and how it reacts to that. That's what determines who you are as a person. It's not your physical appearance. It's not your XY chromosomes. That has nothing to do with your personhood, right? If that was what determined who you are as a person, then what kind of person would a brain dead, quote unquote, person be? Well, they wouldn't be because they're brain dead. They're not really considered a person.
I don't think that's true, and I think that the social effects of that are really bad because it
really, what are the bad social effects?
Leads to the depriving women of their legitimate rights in some
Oh, really? What rights are women being deprived of? Would you like to tell me, Michael Knowles?
cases. It leads to rapes, notably in the last
It leads to rapes. What's your evidence of this? Where are women getting raped where they wouldn't otherwise? As a result of trans people existing.
few years. And it also leads to women losing their sports competitions and their scholarships. And it's just...
Well, that's not true. If we actually look at the statistics on that, it actually seems to be the case that the opposite is true. Trans people are statistically underrepresented in sports, not overrepresented. Including if we just look at women's sports, trans women should be about 1%. Right? Because 1% of the population is trans, therefore it would logically follow that 1% of women that participate in sports should be trans women, if we're talking about women's sports. It's actually a lot less than 1%. So this just isn't borne out in any data.
Disordered and false, and it also leads to
It's disordered. What the fuck does that mean?
more people adopting this identity, which leads to very high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide. So it's bad.
No, adopting a transgender identity doesn't make you suicidal or anxious. It's either the case that you are trans or that you're not trans. Now, whether or not you come out as trans or are open about the fact you're trans, that's a different discussion. But there is no causal link to say that coming out as trans makes your mental health worse. In fact, it's actually the opposite. When you come out as trans and you're accepted in your identity, and the people around you, whether that be your friends, family, colleagues, ideally all of them are accepting, your mental health actually improves drastically. So why is it the case that we see when it comes to trans people and their mental health outcomes that they are significantly better when they are affirmed in their identities? Well, the reason for that is because being trans in of itself is not some sort of decision. If we could choose to not be trans, we would choose that. Nobody wants to have gender dysphoria. Nobody wants that. Nobody asked to have dysphoria, right? But we can treat dysphoria, and part of that treatment, well, is going to be gender affirmation, right? That is objectively the scientific consensus, whether you like it or not.
Bad for everyone, and it's not grounded in reality.
Oh, I don't even think you understand what you say sometimes.
Oh, she's spitting facts.
I don't think you even understand what you say, because when we talk about these rape cases of women in the restroom, they're coming from cis men like you.
True. And if we're talking about specifically bathroom discourse, trans women don't increase the amount of rape that happens in women's restrooms. You do realize that if a guy wants to rape a woman, he's not going to disingenuously put on a fucking dress and a wig in order to rape her. He can just walk in there. Men have always been able to do that. They don't have to play dress up in order to walk into the women's restroom. You can go in there and do that already. There's not fucking security guards with chromosome scanners at the outside of the restroom. So what exactly is different now that trans people exist? Sorry, not that trans people didn't exist before, but now that they exist in public life, to clarify. Now that trans people exist in public life, and you see them sometimes, what changes? What changes now that we're out?
So let's be very clear.
No, that's not true. In 2021,
do not interrupt a black
well, I'm just trying to correct you. Well, I would never interrupt a black woman.
No, thank you.
Here's
the thing about me as a black trans woman. I am not a threat to cis women, and I think it is harmful that you are going around here spewing that rhetoric, weaponizing this rhetoric against trans people.
Weaponizing.
I mean, yeah, she's spitting facts, but like, I don't think this works particularly well in a debate format.
Transgenderism does not exist.
This is the type of rhetoric that works for TikTok, but
we as trans people exist. We are 1% of the population. And there is a lot of power in the trans identity, because you are sitting here spewing something to me that doesn't really exist.
I'm not spewing anything. I'm just stating facts plainly.
I have lived.
Well, no, Michael, you're not stating facts. You're saying things that are factually incorrect on numerous occasions. You're saying things that, despite the existence of plenty of counter evidence to, have no evidence to back them up. You have evidence to back up the opposite position in these cases.
Experience, you don't, and you never will. But I do have a question.
I have lived experience.
What if one of your
lived experience as a tranny? I didn't know you were a tranny. Well, congratulations, Michael, on coming out. I'm so proud of you.
What if one of your kids came out as trans? How would you react to that?
God forbid.
Oh, he would be fucking awful to them. You just know for a fact that those kids, as soon as they turn 18, they're never talking to that motherfucker ever again.
I mean, I would obviously love my
force them back into the closet, obviously.
Children, and I would try to do what's best for my children. And the best thing that I could do to be respectful and also to be conducive to their flourishing is to tell them the truth, which is that they're not really girls.
But that's not the truth, though. That's just you saying your opinion, right? If we're talking about whether or not somebody identifies a certain way, and we're talking about a social identity. We're talking about a phenomenon that is a combination of psychological and social factors, not biological, right? Notice how your kid wouldn't be saying, I am a biological female or I'm a biological male. That's not the claim that they're making, right?
Come on. I can't even imagine your relationship with your children. No shade.
That's right.
Dude, she's so fucking real. Dude, she fucking ate. She ate there. Dude, she's not even a debater and she fucking ate him up.
I just cannot even imagine that. But here's the reality.
Wait, she's so fucking based. I love her.
Exist.
Dude, no, that she's the one. She's the one. Okay, I'm sorry. Blossom is the one.
Again, people like you do not have the intellectual capacity to hold conversations like this because in a minute you're going to reduce
Yo, she's so based.
down to genitalia, and then we're going to have to shift it somewhere else because obviously
No,
people like you, that's where they go, right?
In a minute, what I'm going to do is correct.
Dude, she sounds like someone that's like watched debates but isn't really a debater, but she's able to accurately describe what a debate with Michael Knowles is like. Like, yeah, it'll be, oh, but like what about chromosomes? Yeah, but like what about the cases of people with Swyer syndrome where they're genotypically male but they're phenotypically female? How would you categorize them, right? And then it moves on to, well, but like what about genitalia? And it's like, okay, so like if somebody gets bottom surgery, when they were like born with like a dick, but now they don't have a dick, are they no longer a man because your standard for manhood is whether or not you have a dick, right? What about, and obviously well, what if it's the case that you have like both genitalia, right? Which is obviously something that exists with intersex people. And you'll notice that somebody like Michael Knowles is not able to stick to one thing because he doesn't actually believe anything. He just has like a sort of vague notion of what he believes without any specific details.
Correct something you said. When you said that the rapes that have occurred in these bathrooms are cis men.
White cis men, I should say, actually.
That isn't true. Loudoun County, 2021, the big case that actually ended up flipping the state.
The big case, singular? Well, we're not talking about a singular case. We're talking about what happens on average. I don't care that there was one trans rapist in all of existence. Okay? Yeah, I'm sure there are multiple cases in which cis women have also raped other cis women in the bathroom. So what is your point? Should cis women be banned from the women's restrooms because of one case? That seems a bit strange and silly. Wow, it's almost like we wouldn't base it off of a single anecdote.
Was because there was a boy who wore a skirt, went into the girl's bathroom and raped a girl in a particularly hideous way. And you know what happened? Hold on, don't cut me off. You said...
You realize that they could do that without wearing a skirt, right? That there's nothing that would have stopped them. Them supposedly being trans, we don't even know if they're trans or if they were just a cross-dresser. But even if we assume that they were trans, what exactly would stop a cis guy from doing the same thing? If we're talking about what legislation you want to put forth and why allowing trans women into women's restrooms is bad, then you have to address this. Like, how is that going to change anything? Men have always been able to do that. You know that, right? Like, there's not security guards at the outside of the restroom. And guess what? We obviously don't deem it necessary, right? But now suddenly that there's trans people, now suddenly it's super important to protect bathrooms. Not because trans people are a danger to bathrooms, but because it's a conservative talking point, because it's a culture war issue. And if it's a hot button issue, now suddenly it's really important.
Man,
you said you wouldn't...
This boy, it was not a trans woman. All y'all...
So it wasn't even a tranny. It was just like some like cis guy that was cross-dressing. So a cis guy was cross-dressing and raped somebody in the bathroom. What does him cross-dressing have to do with anything? Do you think he wouldn't have been able to get into the bathroom if he wasn't cross-dressing? Well, that doesn't make any sense. But I digress.
I don't think go back to cis boys. You're always talking about cis boys. I don't understand the fascination with trans bodies and what's happening in the bathroom. It is mostly happening.
Yeah, but he was wearing a skirt, so that must mean that he was one of the transgenders. Actually,
I think you're filibustering because you don't want me to tell you what happened in the bathroom.
Who?
Me. I think you're filibustering.
Child, no.
How is she filibustering? What are you talking about? You made like one of the most ridiculous points. You asserted that a cis guy was trans and went into the bathroom and raped somebody on the basis of them being trans, which A, fundamentally negates the fact that a cis guy could just do that. Nothing is stopping him. And B, the fact that in the case you brought up, it was a cis guy that was just cross-dressing. So, what is your argument? Again, you could have done the same thing without a skirt. What difference does it make?
I think that you're distracting from the fact that a boy wearing a skirt in a girl's bathroom raped a girl.
But not a trans woman.
Well, there's no such thing as a trans woman.
Oh, yes, it is. You're looking at one right now.
I'm looking at.
You're looking at me right now. With lived experience.
I'm looking at.
Dude, he's like not even able to engage at like the most like basic level. Like, unironically, he is lower on the totem pole than the average TERF. At least the average TERF would be able to like understand, like, okay, there's going to be a distinction between like a cis guy and like a I guess like trans identified male, as they would say, right? At least they'd be able to sort of engage a little bit. Not really, but well, this is just like super pathetic. This is one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
Lived experience. You are looking at a trans woman who has been transitioning for over 20 years, who has lived experience.
Again, this style of rhetoric only works on TikTok. If you're talking about like a debate setting, I don't know. I don't think Blossom should be a debater, honestly. I think she should be like more of like a TikToker / maybe like a comedian, because she is fairly charismatic. Like, she's definitely charismatic and funny. I just feel like this isn't a good format for her.
Yes,
you're talking to an activist here.
But your identity is not grounded in reality.
Debater is a little bit debatable, but you know, I do like her personality.
I'm not really talking to anyone because you keep talking over me.
In your head, I'm not, but I am in reality.
Yeah.
I'm here in front of you right now talking to you.
You're confused about your identity.
No, you are confused.
I don't think that she's confused about her identity. I think she's confused as to how to do a debate, you know, but like that's just because she's not a particularly good debater. But most people aren't good debaters, to be fair. But she's not confused about her identity. She's very confident in her identity, actually. There's no confusion.
Like the fact that you don't really have any talking points right now because
then why aren't you letting me speak?
Dude, it's the classic Boblaxian let me speak line. Classic.
They don't.
If I have nothing to say, why aren't you letting me speak?
Put me on your show. How about that?
Then it would become your show, I think.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd be more willing to watch her show than his, like, at least off YouTube, right? Like, on YouTube, sure, like, I'm more likely to watch somebody I disagree with. But in general, like, in terms of entertainment, like, Blossom is way the fuck more entertaining and charismatic than Michael will ever be. She's, I don't know, somebody that comes across as really fun to be around. I would actually hang out with somebody like Blossom and have a good conversation. We'd probably talk about some dumb shit. I would not be able to say the same for Michael Knowles. I feel like he would just be miserable, boring, uninteresting. Let's not kid ourselves.
I should have a show. I should have a show.
In 28...
No, unironically, yeah, I agree. She's definitely entertaining enough for one. I feel like she would do well at like having her own show where she just sort of like, you know, yaps about some shit. I feel like she would be good at that, unironically.
There were 2 rapes in bathrooms, and one in Wisconsin, one in Georgia.
From men,
also because of the transgender identity.
But say it, cis men.
If you're going to...
Dude, I love how Michael Knowles is just entirely avoiding this. It's like, you're citing cis men in your example of trans people raping. Like, this doesn't look good. The fact that you rely on singular anecdotes already doesn't look good, but the fact that your single anecdote, and then your additional anecdote, the fact that they're both instances of cis guys and not actual trans women really speaks volumes to the lack of an argument present.
Describe a boy who wears a skirt and goes into a girl's bathroom as a cis man. No, I didn't.
No, you are. This is the example that you run to. Past that, you have nothing.
I've just given you 3 examples.
Nothing.
I've given you 3 examples.
Wow, 3 whole examples. Wow, you found it. You created a study with an N value of 3 of cis guys, and somehow that's evidence that, because the cis guys, raped people, that means that trans women need to be banned from women's bathrooms, I guess. Even though cis men could already go into the women's bathrooms. Regardless. Because, there's nothing stopping them. There's never been anything stopping them.
In recent years.
You don't. You've been struggling this entire time.
Me. Have I?
Yeah, you have.
I think
I'm sorry, but Michael looks like a fucking beta bitch in this. He looks so bitch made. He's being fucking dominated in the free marketplace of ideas. Now, I'm sure he'd love to be dominated in many other ways, but maybe this is his outlet for that. But he comes across as a little bitch in this. He comes across as very meek and submissive.
Trans lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Bye. Goodbye.
Perhaps I'll see you on my show.
Yes, invite me.
Yeah.
Get my email. Tell your people to get my email address. How about that?
Yeah.
Good job.
Not gonna lie, Michael Knowles gives the same energy as iDubbbz when iDubbbz was filming the documentary with Sam Hyde. That's unironically what his energy right there reminds me of. And it's very sad because Blossom isn't even a good debater. And she's just way more dominant than Michael. Michael's like a submissive little bitch. Yeah. Let's go. Wait, I like her outfit. Her outfit eats.
Hello?
Okay, so
Dude, I already have a positive opinion of Scarlett. Dude, she's got a good fashion sense. I fuck with it.
if we're gonna think about women getting raped in bathrooms, right? It's a small percentage of trans people that are doing it. I'm not denying that that's happening because it is a reality and it's an awful thing for women to have to go through.
Yeah.
But then what are we doing about the men that are the 93% of sexual violence towards women?
True. Also, thank you, Randy S., for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying they get so desperate for validation in the, quote, trans violence narrative. The stretches they make are nuts. Like how the story of CK Killer changed. No, literally. Literally. So right off the bat, I would definitely change her argument, at least the way that she words it. So I would clarify saying, like, yeah, there are going to be like a few instances where, like, yeah, like a trans person rapes somebody in the bathroom, but like, what would stop a cis guy from doing the same thing? Like, nobody is transitioning and going on HRT specifically to rape somebody. They're not worried about the legal ramifications of going into the wrong bathroom or whatever the fuck. If they're going to rape somebody, it doesn't make a rape any more legal, right? So that's obviously not something they'd be worried about. So, you know, considering the fact that a cis guy can just go in there, that's what I wish people would use as the argument during bathroom discourse. So I feel like that's just like a very difficult argument to contend with if you take the opposing view.
Hopefully arresting them and putting them in prison.
And what are you doing before that? Why are men the highest percentage for this? If it's such a bad thing for trans women to use the bathroom when a very, very, very small amount of women are being raped by trans women, why are we not having any sort of things before that for men?
So I think that she's talking about like broad rape statistics rather than just like bathroom rape statistics, which, I mean, fair enough, but I would be more inclined to get more specific than that.
I think we try to enforce our laws and protect people from rape, and so we take
apparently not very well.
No, I think relatively well. We have a relatively low rate of these kinds of violent crimes.
Okay, so then why are you worried about trans women all of a sudden? Again, trans women being able to use the women's restroom doesn't increase the rate at which people get raped. That's just not borne out in any data. But wow, that is a beautiful screenshot. I am saving that. Whew, that is awesome. Save video frame. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. 100 million%. 100 million%. Oh yeah, that's right. All right, we're back.
Compared to other places in the world. But in one area, we're talking about men forcing themselves into women's bathrooms. This is one area where we don't need...
Yeah, but they can do that without transitioning if that's what you're worried about. But men can already walk in there. Again, there's not security guards.
To allow them to do that. It's a needless risk. It's based on a false view of reality.
But it doesn't create a risk. There's no additional risk. The risk is the same as it was before for the majority of people and less risky for the trans person. So what is your point?
And claims of rights, so-called rights, from confused men.
Oh, so-called rights. Again, just say that you don't believe that trans people deserve rights. Make it obvious what your position is. As if it wasn't already. Just say what your position is if you're going to make it this obvious.
Infringe on the legitimate rights of women, not just in bathrooms.
But again, how are their rights being infringed upon? What are you yapping about? You haven't established a single instance of this.
But also in sports.
You've established, but like, what about the cis guy that raped the woman? Yeah, what about it? Like, what about this one instance of a cis guy raping a woman? What does that have to do with trans women in bathrooms?
Competitions, also in scholarships, also in just about anywhere else in society. So But
again, we already addressed the trans sports thing. I don't think I have to address it again.
I think that we have the right to insist upon some kind of reality, because I think not only will that be better for women.
Okay, if you care about reality, then surely you would care about the reality of, I don't know, the fact that trans women are a lot more likely to get assaulted in men's restrooms than they are in women's restrooms, and they're not more likely to assault women in women's restrooms. And also, men can just walk into the women's restroom and assault people anyway without dressing up, so nobody would transition on that basis. But of course, you're going to ignore all of the reality that contradicts your worldview because it's not convenient for you, because you're Michael Knowles and you have an agenda to push, obviously.
Not only will that be better for society broadly, but that is...
But no, it won't. You just don't have any evidence of this. We have evidence of the contrary.
especially will be better for the individuals who are confused about their gender identity.
Oh, I fucking hate this line. And the reason is that it's the infantilization. Oh, you're just confused. It would actually be better if we forced them all to detransition, because they just don't know any better. You know, if we put them all in camps and detransitioned them by force, that would actually be, you know, for the betterment of not just society, but especially them. You know, trans people are notoriously very happy and not suicidal when they're forced to detransition. Oh, that's so true. That's so true, Michael. Except, reality disagrees with you, my friend. It's the only stipulation. Oh, wait, you don't actually care about reality. My bad, I forgot. You pretend to care about reality. Fucking pathetic.
And how are you going to prevent trans women from using the female bathroom? How are you going to tell? What's the tea?
There are some giveaways,
Okay.
Contrary to what the trans activists
And what are
say.
they?
Men who identify as women, you can usually tell.
Oh, you can usually tell. Okay, what do you do if you can't tell? What about the case of, I don't know, trans men? You know, they're assigned female at birth. Can't usually tell with them. But according to your worldview, you think it should be illegal for them to use anything but the women's restroom. You think that somebody that looks like Buck Angel should be required to use the women's restroom. What do you think women are going to be more comfortable with? Somebody that looks like Buck Angel using the women's restroom, or somebody that looks like this woman on screen using the women's restroom? I don't know if she's trans or not. She's got a little bit of a deeper voice. That's like the only thing that's particularly clocky. If anything, I don't even know if she's trans though.
And what are they? You can say you can tell all you want.
Yeah, you know,
but
broad
can't for
shoulders,
the
Adam's
most part.
apple, and you
Okay.
know, like the face, and yeah.
Well, considering the fact that she's showing that she doesn't have an Adam's apple, I'm assuming that she's trans. So clearly, you can't always tell.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You can tell. You can usually tell.
Usually.
Not all the time, but usually.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So if you can only usually tell, what are you going to
Bring up trans men and women's restrooms. Like if we're talking about like trans people not being allowed to use the restroom of the gender they identify with, like bring up the fact that the logical ramification of that is somebody that looks like Buck Angel is required to use the women's restroom, right? Because they can't contend with that. Because they claim to care about common sense, but when it comes to trans men, that just like completely falls flat. Because they can't fear monger about trans men taking over women's restrooms or whatever the fuck, because that would, you know, make the argument on my side of the aisle for me, which is, yeah, they don't belong in there, right? You can't fear monger about them in men's restrooms because a part of your sex essentialist worldview is that men are evil and scary, which is misandrist, weirdly enough. Men are evil, scary rapists with bad intent as an intrinsic property of being male, of course. Whereas biological females are just these, they're basically like children. They're just like always the victims in every situation. And they can't think for themselves. They're just, a product of their environment. Very interesting stuff.
do to prevent it?
Well, look, a man who doesn't even identify as trans, a man who's just a nefarious fellow could sneak into a women's bathroom.
Exactly.
So
Yeah. Wait, you're making our argument for us. Yeah, they could already do that. What was stopping them before? This wasn't a culture war talking point before. Nobody was fucking rallying against, we can't have unguarded restrooms. What if a cis man goes in there? So nobody gave a fuck.
have to enforce the
I brought
law.
up the 93%, because
that's,
what are you doing about men?
we should enforce the law against
What do you want? A fucking police state? You want police officers standing outside of every public restroom? That's ridiculous. What a waste of money that would be.
people who break it.
And what are you doing before that? Like, why is it a continuous pattern for
No,
men?
we
to
teach
do
people
this?
in class.
You're not teaching them
to-
very well, apparently. I mean,
No.
we have Republican parties who are literally putting a president who is a felon who has sexually assaulted people. What does that say to men?
Yeah, no one really buys
Yo, she's spitting facts. Hold on, we gotta replay
Who
that.
is a felon who has Republican parties who are literally putting a...
in
Hold on.
You're not
class.
teaching them
to-
very well, apparently. I
No.
mean, we
True.
have Republican parties who are literally putting a president who is a felon who has sexually assaulted people. What does that
True. Literally facts. Oh, but ignore the Epstein files. Don't think about the Epstein files. Okay, it's inconvenient.
say to men?
Yeah, no one really buys that.
I bought it.
No one really.
I buy it because there's literally evidence of it being the case. Anyone that is able to do research and has common sense buys it. It is only people that are bought out like you, Michael Knowles, that don't buy it.
Buys that. No one seriously thinks that Donald Trump is a rapist. I know we
Well, aside from everybody that has common sense. But yeah, ignore the Epstein files, I guess.
pretend because the Democrats were trying to prosecute him 4 different ways and kicking him off.
What about the people that were prosecuting him for it that weren't political? Or are we just going to ignore that? Do you think that the only reasons he would be prosecuted are political ones? Okay.
If rape is such a bad thing, why don't you believe women when they say it's happening? Because you're not believing Trump when he says that he didn't do it. You're, whatever, but you're not believing the woman.
Yeah, the claim you're making about Trump obviously was not criminally prosecuted. It comes from about 30 years ago.
Well, no, that's just like, well, just hold on. Wait. Do you believe that because he wasn't convicted in court means that he's innocent? Is that your position, Michael? You believe that somebody is innocent if they're not convicted in court? Do you believe that O.J. Simpson is innocent? Do you think he was innocent? I would certainly hope not. I would hope that you would not think that O.J. Simpson is innocent. Oh, but he wasn't convicted as a criminal in court, so that must mean that he couldn't possibly be guilty. Okay, sure. Don't use your brain, I guess.
From a woman who previously said that she likes rape and finds it, scintillating. Gross. And I know it's...
Right. Yeah. Somebody with a consensual non-consent fetish definitely wants to be raped in actuality. That's so true.
It's terrible. So anyway,
no woman has ever said that.
That woman did. The Trump's accuser literally said that to
Okay, here's the fact check. It says, E. Jean Carroll said in an interview with Anderson Cooper, I think most people think of rape as kind of sexy. Think of the fantasies. Yes, that's obviously talking about somebody with a rape fantasy. That doesn't mean that they actually want to get raped, okay? When somebody has a rape fantasy, they are implicitly consenting to what's happening in the fantasy because it's their brain making it up, right? That you can't rape yourself is what I'm saying. That's just not a thing. But fact of the matter is, when people engage in rape fantasies, the most they'll do is consensual non-consent, meaning that them and their partner or whoever it is will role play, a rape fantasy. It's not real. You consent ahead of time, and you have safe words that are established so that if something goes wrong, that somebody can say the safe word, and then it's like, okay, we stop, we talk about it. All right, we pull the brakes, I guess you could say. But as somebody that's into CNC, I don't actually want to be raped. But most rapists are fucking ugly, first of all. And secondly, I have to be in the mood to get raped, okay? I have to be in the mood for it. It has to be somebody that I find attractive.
Anderson Cooper on CNN. But,
Sure, I'm sure a fetish with, consenting adults might be different, but no woman...
Yo, based.
Knowingly goes out into this world and says, I love to be raped.
I'm just using the example you brought up, which is the accuser of Donald Trump. But anyway.
Yeah, but you're using it disingenuously by saying that a rape fantasy is the same thing as actually wanting to be raped in real life. You fucking moron.
No one really believes Trump's a rapist. And so your question is, why don't we...
I do. His rape victims do.
Okay, I guess maybe some people in this room.
And also his rape victims, which aren't in the room.
You ask, why don't we just believe all women all the time? Well, I do think we should give a lot of deference to people who are accusing others of crimes. And so...
But you obviously sort of, don't give much credence to what they're saying, right? So I don't know what you're on about.
We have courts of law to adjudicate these claims.
Oh, right, because the courts of law are always right. That's why O.J. Simpson is actually innocent, and we shouldn't be allowed to say otherwise.
So, I don't know. I don't think women are incapable of lying, but I do think that we should...
It's actually slander if you say that O.J. Simpson did anything wrong.
Protect their legitimate political rights.
Even when women do lie, though, it's a very, very, very small percentage.
True. It's statistically not very likely. Look, I'm sorry, but if 20 women come out independently saying, yeah, this guy fucking raped me, then I feel like the chances of that being a lie are not very high. That's all I'm gonna say.
Period. So what again are you doing? You care to claim about women so much because trans people in the bathroom is so scary.
My claim.
Well, he cares about women when it's convenient for him. He doesn't care about the women. He doesn't care about women getting raped outside of the context of trans discourse, obviously. He only cares about the 2 instances in which women have been raped by a trans woman, I guess. I mean, that's like super important. But men like Trump being rapists, I mean, are we really going to believe what women have to say? I mean, come on.
What are we doing in other areas?
My actual claim here is that transgenderism is false and we should eradicate it from public life because it's harmful to everyone.
But that's just not true. It's not harmful to anybody, really.
Okay.
That's my actual. If you want to talk about the claim, we're actually
that then.
Yeah.
What does transgenderism in public look like to you?
It's allowing men to be treated for the purposes of the law as women. It's men taking.
And that's bad because why exactly? You know, ideally, that the law would treat people equally, mind you. It should. There's no reason it shouldn't.
900 sports trophies from women in recent years.
900. Where are you getting 900 from? And 900 sports trophies out of how many? Because I actually looked this up. I actually specifically Googled to see how many gold medals in women's sports in the Olympics were earned by trans women. And significantly less than 1% of them were trans. So trans people are statistically underrepresented, my friend. Why would you bring this up?
Years, and
they didn't take 900.
They took 900. There's a report just came out from the United Nations, actually.
So a UN report stated over 600 female athletes have lost more than 890 medals, 29 different sports. Out of how many medals? How many medals? How many participants in each sport? Because if we're talking about like, oh yeah, like we're talking about like fucking medals given out in high school competitions or some shit. Who gives a fuck? Sorry, don't care.
890 trophies.
Like what's the statistical likelihood of an individual trans person getting a trophy versus an individual cis person in any given sport, right? That's what you would want to look at. You don't just say, oh, but like here's like a big number without clarifying what the context of that number is. Okay, 600 out of how many? 600 out of how many? 890 medals out of how many medals given out in total? But they won't include the denominator because it makes them look bad.
In medals across 600 women who were competitors across 29 different sports and 400 competitions.
And how many medals were there? How many medals?
That came out like yesterday.
And they deserved them.
It didn't happen and they deserve them. Okay, that is the logic I hear from the pro-trans crowd. Yeah.
Thank you. They do
What are they saying didn't happen?
Deserve them because I'm sure they followed the specifications for the sport and that's why they were there in the first place.
That's true. Did you know that actually they require that you go on HRT for at least 2 years? Obviously they check your hormone levels and shit. Yeah, there are specifications that you have to meet in order to participate, and based on those specifications, we have trans women statistically underrepresented in women's sports. So what gives, Michael?
You've been voted out as
Men versus women at MMA. I will clarify. Look, I'm not like entirely, on one side or the other when it comes to trans sports. I lean in favor of allowing trans women to be in trans sports, but I also do think that we should judge it on a case-by-case basis. Okay, how does it work specifically in, MMA? How does it work for swimming, right? Judge it on a case-by-case basis, not sports broadly. Like, why the fuck should trans women, for instance, be banned from women's chess? Do they have a biological advantage over cis women? Because biological males are just so much smarter than biological females, of course. But then you claim to protect women and care about them. But, all right. Sure. Oh, wow.
Hello.
Hello. So I think I want to start off by asking you what your solution is to, like, the word eradicating. Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean by that?
Well,
By eradicate, he means he doesn't want to see people like me or, any of the trans people in my audience. Yeah, that's some of you guys. in public life at all. He thinks that we should be forced back into the closet, that we should be forced to do transition. That's his ideal world.
The word literally means to pull up by the root. So not just to have some half measure where you say, you know... Okay,
no, he wants to entirely get rid of us. No half measures. He wants us gone completely.
Okay, we're only going to trans kids after the age of 9, but not under the age of 9. Okay, we're...
Who is transitioning at the age of 9? Are we talking about a social transition? You do realize that you can just get a haircut and then the social transition is gone. Whoa, holy shit. Who the fuck is going to regret a social transition?
Only going to let men who identify as women go into this bathroom, but not that sports team or whatever. I don't think a half measure makes any sense. In fact,
yeah, that's right. You want to get rid of us entirely.
I think a lot of the conservative arguments.
You're not answering my question. What's the solution?
Oh, it means to uproot it.
How do you do that? I want to know how you're going to uproot an entire percentage of people.
Oh,
okay, strong start.
Oh, I'm not uprooting people.
No, but you are. You want to force us all back into the closet. You want to get rid of us. That's your goal. You have stated that as your goal. You don't think we should be allowed to exist in public as we are.
I would return American public law to what it was before roughly 2015.
I don't understand the perspective.
What, huh? I don't think that there were anti-trans bathroom bills that were passed before 2015 that got revoked. Nobody gave a fuck. There weren't police officers standing outside of the restrooms in 2014 and prior preventing people from using the wrong bathroom. You fucking idiot.
Of how you or the Conservative Party is going to make any sort of progress in eradicating an entire percentage. I think it's just
we're not eradicating people. You're trying to say that because it makes us look crazy.
That's what you're saying.
No, I said I want to eradicate a whole ideology of transgender.
Oh, now it's an ideology. So this is what we call a Mutt and Bailey argument. Very transparent. But when you talk about uprooting it, when you're talking about what your solutions are, supposedly, you talk about how you want to get rid of us from public life. You don't want us to be able to participate in sports. Fine, I don't give a fuck about sports. Oh, bathrooms? Yeah, we're not allowed to go to the bathroom anymore. We're not allowed to present the way that we want to in public. We should be forced to use pronouns that don't align with our gender. Right? We should be forced to have sex-based gender. It sounds a lot like you're trying to eliminate trans people when you describe what your solutions are. You know, it's crazy how all your solutions would be the exact solutions that you would hear from someone who has the position of, I want to get rid of trans people. But because you're not allowed to say that, you don't want to say, I want to get rid of trans people, because that looks really bad. So you'll say the thing that looks slightly less terrible, which is, I want to get rid of transgenderism. Wow, big fucking difference, dude.
Genderism.
Trans people. That is going to be people that you are taking.
Like if I want to eradicate poverty, that doesn't mean I want to kill all the poor people.
I'm not saying
quite the opposite,
I'm not
right?
saying that you want to kill. I'm asking you what your plan, like what in the best case scenario, how are you going to get people?
Obviously, that's a false equivalency from Michael Knowles, right? Poverty is going to be something that negatively affects people, right? People having more money doesn't negatively affect them when they go from being broke to having a decent source of income. So, yeah. Whereas denying trans people necessary medical care just makes their mental health outcomes worse. Not accepting trans people makes us worse off mentally, right? And all the scientific literature seems to agree with me on that for whatever wacky reason. To clarify, I don't know why Michael would bring this up as an example, because he clearly doesn't want to end poverty. He's a conservative. He wants to cut taxes for billionaires. That's his position. Whether he states it outright or not, that is what he believes in.
To stop being trans.
I think we're going to tell boys that they're not girls,
so we're
that they're
going
boys.
to tell boys that they're not girls, and they're going to listen.
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah, that's what
Then why have trans people existed for ages? Why is it the case that I knew I wanted to be a girl when I was 5? Nobody told me I was allowed to be a girl. But people explicitly told me I couldn't be. I ended up coming out anyways. Because that never went away. No matter how much I repressed it. But alright. Yeah, sure, we'll just cease to exist magically. That'll fix everything. Okay, dude.
That's what we've done for most of history.
That happened to me, and I can promise you to God that I didn't listen.
Yeah, well,
same.
Because we live at a time that is affirming the transgender delusion.
No, I didn't. When I was 5, nobody affirmed trans people. I didn't know what a trans person was. So there wasn't like a trans delusion being prescribed to me from society. I didn't know what a fucking trans person was. I thought that like there was something wrong with me, right? Now, eventually, I ended up going on to seek treatment, which has bettered my life, right? My life still isn't perfect. I still have a lot of shit to work on personally, but my life is a lot better than it was before I started HRT. And that's a fact.
But if we lived at a more sensible time, probably you would have listened, and you might have had some. And I think we should just.
No, you just would have been forced back into the closet. That doesn't mean that you would have been happy. Nobody is happy to be forced back into the closet. Nobody is forced to stay in the. Or sorry, nobody is happy to be forced to be in the closet. No one wants that. No one wants to be forced in the closet. And while it is true that yeah, people were less open about being trans, that didn't mean that they were any happier back then. They were just suffering in silence. But go on. Say that, yeah, we should go back to how it was before when trans people suffered in silence. So that trans people couldn't exist in public life, I guess, as an end goal for some reason. To the benefit of nobody.
Turn to a more sensible kind of politics.
But what is yours? You're not giving a solution on how you would even be capable of doing something.
Yeah, I think I am. I think we kicked the fellas out of the boys' bathroom. We kicked the transgender teaching out of...
Ah, yes, force me to go to the bathroom where I'm statistically way more likely to get raped. Thank you, Michael, since you care so much about preventing rape. Clearly. Wow.
Do that.
We just enforced the law as it was before 2015.
There was a law prohibiting trans women to go into the women's bathroom or trans men going into the men's bathroom.
Yeah.
I want to emphasize trans men going to the men's bathroom. Michael Knowles, to be logically consistent, has to be against that. He thinks that I should be forced to use the men's restroom, but that trans guys that look more masculine than he does by a lot should be in the women's restroom, and that they should be forced to be in the women's restroom. That's his position. It's absurd.
Yeah, it's there in the term women's bathroom.
That's a law.
That's why men can't go in.
That's a law.
Yeah. Yes, there are all sorts of laws against public indecency, for one.
Public indecency? How is being trans public indecency? Fucking idiot.
Against men going into women's sports leagues. There are all sorts of regulations against that, or at least there were until recently. We did not have
Yeah, if we're talking about sports, I don't know why you keep bringing up the sports thing. We're not talking about sports. You just keep harping on that because it's like a talking point for you. You don't actually give a fuck about women's sports. You're lying anytime you say that you do.
Established in public life transgenderism until very, very recently.
That's not true.
That's
not true. What about the two-spirited people?
Get facts.
What is the two-spirited people?
In the indigenous community.
Do you not know? How do you not know that, Michael?
They are... I don't want to get into semantics, but I know.
They're basically like a version of non-binary is what it boils down to. It's not one of the two most societally recognized genders, to say the very least.
That the fact is that there has always been trans people.
Do you know where the phrase two-spirited came from?
I don't. Please enlighten me.
It came from the 3rd annual Intertribal Native American First Nations Gay and Lesbian Americans Conference in 1990.
Okay, you mean like the translated version? Yeah, two-spirit is an English translation from a concept that was described in another language from way before then. So it's not that that two-spirit was invented in 1990. It's that the translation the translation from another language was invented in 1990. That the concept existed way the fuck before people colonized North America. So you're just like wrong about that. Well, just because we didn't have a direct translation until 1990 doesn't mean it didn't exist or it didn't happen, you fucking moron.
And the woman who coined that term...
I just don't think that that's true.
It's true. The woman who coined that term admitted... Hold on.
So, in terms of the fact check, it does say, two-spirit is an indigenous term used to describe an individual who identifies as having masculine and feminine spirit. It was coined by Elder Myra in 1990. The term came to her in a dream. Yeah, so again, this is going to be the English translation of a concept that already existed. You fucking moron. This already existed way before 1990.
Let me just finish my point on this. The woman who coined that...
No, but the term didn't exist, so that means the concept didn't exist. Oh, so true, King.
Term Maya Laramie admitted somewhat recently that the term two-spirit came to her in a dream.
Yeah, but what is two-spirit describing? It's describing a concept that existed way before 1990. You fucking idiot.
Now, the Ojibwe Nation actually has translated this term.
I just don't,
it's the Niche Mani Duwag.
So it's a translation. Very interesting.
Translated it from the English in 1990.
How you're capable of eradicating an entire percentage of people by setting laws, because people are
I think you're choosing not to hear what I'm saying, because I'm saying...
No, we hear what you're saying, and you're saying a whole lot of horseshit. Every argument you've made is terrible.
We don't want to eradicate any people. We want to eradicate, but the other word is transgenderism, which is an ideology.
Oh, right. Transgenderism. Oh, it's the ideology that trans people should have basic human rights and be allowed to exist in society like everybody else. You know, the ideology that allows trans people to have basic human rights. That's what I'm opposed to. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. You may as well just say that you're opposed to trans people in general, because you are. Just be fucking honest about it. You're not going to be able to win in terms of optics on this one. Because if you say that you want to eradicate transgenderism, what you're really saying is you want to eradicate trans people. It's just a nicer way of saying the same thing. But I don't care how nicely you say something. You're saying the same shit at the end of the day. Same message. You don't get to fucking weasel your way out of it.
But
not a group of
I
people.
am a transgender person. You can't just
You are a
skip over that
confused
fact.
person, but
I'm
you're not.
No, she's not confused about her identity. I don't know why you fucking say that. I think you might be confused about your sexuality, considering the fact that we all saw the fucking gay porno that you did in college. And now you claim to be straight. But at least we have reason to believe that you're confused.
I'm so secure in myself, and there's other women in this room that are also trans, have been trans for 20 plus years, 7 years,
yeah.
babe, that know exactly what they're doing.
Wait, is she trans? No way, she's not trans. She looks cis. She's not trans. Is she one of us? No way.
You're confused because it's not
How
possible
are
for a
you
man
capable
to
of
become a
looking
woman.
at somebody without knowing their bodily autonomy, knowing anything that's going on with their medical
Bodily
history,
autonomy?
anything,
Because I know
you know nothing
I know
about
the
me.
basics of human nature.
You know nothing
You know the basics of human nature, and that's how we determine laws is an appeal to nature fallacy? Wow. Really smart guy.
about me.
I know that you're human.
As a former conservative, conservatives are the most corny and hateful people on the planet. Don't listen to them. Yeah, real.
And I know a little bit about human nature. And I know that
Oh, well, I know about human nature, so that's how I know that trans people are fake. It's because, like, what about human nature?
boy can't become a girl. So that's what I know.
Does anybody want to take over?
You're tapping out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't blame her. Like, you're one of the most unpleasant people to be around. Also, I gotta say, I respect the shit out of that. Like, if you don't have anything else to say, like, just like ceding your time to like somebody else that might have more to say than you. I think that more people need to do that. Like, this is the first time I've seen someone where it's like, they haven't waited for people to sort of vote to move on to the next person. Michael Knowles doesn't represent us as a whole. He's stupid. Michael is confused. Well, yeah, Michael is very confused, but I think that it illustrates a good point that this is where the Conservative Party is. This isn't just like where the Conservative Party is headed anymore. This is where they're at. This is what the average conservative sounds like if they had media training. And the fact that this is with media training, do you know how fucking stupid the average anti-trans, frothing at the mouth conservative sounds without media training? It's bad. It's really fucking bad. So while you might say, oh, well, I'm conservative and I'm not like Michael Knowles because he's a fucking idiot because you hear me destroying all of his arguments, just bear something in mind that these arguments are not far off from mainstream GOP talking points. So I want to make that very clear. And if we actually look at the policies being passed, they are in line with the rhetoric of people that are very similar to Michael Knowles. These things go hand in hand. So I don't want you to immediately discount it as something that is, well, he's one of the bad ones that doesn't represent me. I want you to do some self-reflection and realize, hold on a minute, why is he on my side? And why is it the case that his rhetoric sounds exactly like the GOP's rhetoric that's mainstream, and why is it in line with all of the GOP's legislation? Interesting. Maybe I shouldn't vote that way anymore. Michael Knowles' job is to make conservatives look bad. No, conservatives just do that. He's the dumbass on CNN, which is a left-wing. CNN is not left-wing. They're like what? Like centrist, slightly liberal-leaning? Maybe they were liberal at one point, but not today. They're I don't agree with all of his opinions. Which of his opinions do you agree with? Like, his goal isn't to make conservatives look bad. He is somebody that says very mainstream conservative talking points. He's just slightly more honest about them than a lot of other people. Anyways. You realize people's morals aren't black and white. Politics go deeper than a single topic. Yeah, but I think that you can get a good gauge for whether or not somebody is a morally good or bad person based on what they view a certain topic to be. Like, if somebody is, like, seemingly normal, but then it's like, I don't know, it turns out that they're, like, a Nazi when it comes to, like, the Jews, and they, you know, they're, like, a Holocaust denier. It's like, is that really somebody that we would want to consider a good person? Oh, but what about their other political positions? Or would you be, like, a normal person and say, yeah, no, I can't say I want anything to do with that person anymore. You know, I don't know.
I feel like I did you dirty there.
That was very unchivalrous.
I'll let you.
I actually remember Knowles is the reason why I stopped listening to Daily Wire. I'll have to keep that in mind. We might have to do more Michael Knowles tent because he's so unappealing. He's gonna turn all of his right-wing audience. He's gonna turn the right-wing voter base against him. He's gonna radicalize them to all of my positions. It's so based. You know, maybe Hein Ketchup has a point. I don't agree with his definition of woman. Do you agree with mine?
I'll only take a sec, okay? Everyone just vote me out in like a minute or two. Okay. I want to make a very quick point.
Yep.
That was about a lot of stuff. Oh my God. You'd be great at Jeopardy. All these
Thank
things.
you. Thanks.
Okay, so.
Don't compliment him. Don't even bother being nice to him.
You mentioned what you would do if your kid came to you and said, you know, in a medical sense, they had gender dysphoria, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say if that Michael Knowles was my dad, he would be dying alone in a hospital bed. That's all I'm going to say. He would not have family there. Just saying.
And gender dysphoria, a specific medical diagnosis where somebody's sense of their gender is not matched to their physical gender-related characteristics and or the way society perceives.
You mean sex characteristics. Again, this is why you gotta know your shit before debating. You don't want to conflate these two, because if you conflate sex and gender, you are giving Michael Knowles ammunition.
Perceives them.
Yep.
In a world where gender-affirming care is allowed, as a parent, you still have the right to not have your kid go through that care, right?
In some places. In some places you don't.
Why is it?
In some places you don't what? Have the right to let your kids transition, or have the right to deny them access to necessary medical care? Either way, I don't know what your point is.
That every major medical association supports access to this care.
True.
That isn't true. Sweden, Finland, and the UK all just banned the cross-sex or the puberty blockers for children.
Yeah, for political reasons, not scientific ones, right? It's not on the basis of a scientific meta-analysis, right? It's on the basis of right-wingers are in power, so of course they're going to ban that care, right? So for instance, Hitler banning scientific literature, banning transgender care in Nazi Germany didn't invalidate that care because that wasn't a scientific reason to ban it, right? It was a politically motivated one. Now, granted, this is not on the same scale, but it goes to show that a politically motivated reason to ban something is not generally always going to sort of align with what's medically recognized to be beneficial. Just saying.
Children, because there was the Cass review of the transgender
You
studies.
walked into my trap, Michael.
Okay.
I learned about
Oh, interesting. You know what? I'm going to let him
the
respond.
Cass review. The Cass review was done by Dr. Hilary Cass, a pediatrician, on behalf of the NHS.
Yep.
Pretty sure that the Cass review didn't find anything. So I don't know why the fuck people cite that as some sort of gotcha when it's like, in terms of what it actually found, in terms of what it actually looked into, it was, well, let's see if he says it.
They did not find any evidence of harm And they did.
Oh, very interesting. The Cass review stated, the rationale for early puberty suppression remains unclear, with weak evidence regarding the impact on gender dysphoria, mental or psychosocial health. Now, granted, what the Cass review does, and I hope that he brings this up, is it sort of ignores all of the studies that say that it's beneficial and hyperfixates on the ones that say, well, this study didn't find anything. It's like, yeah, most studies aren't going to find anything. And that goes for anything. Generally, most studies aren't going to find anything. I don't even know if that's the case with the Cass review and the studies that it reviewed. Because it seems to be the case that every study in relation to the impacts of puberty blockers, gender affirming care, etc., is either neutral, as in, well, this doesn't really change our opinion one way or the other, type of neutral, like it's basically just we didn't find evidence one way or the other, or it's evidence for it being a positive thing. So if it was the case that there was no positive ramifications of this style of care, then surely on average we would see a net neutral, and maybe some studies that show it to be positive while other studies show it to be negative, right? And you'd see like a sort of equal distribution, most likely, right? But the reason we don't see that is because it's a net positive, not a net neutral, right? I just want to make that clear.
Not recommend a ban, and a ban did not happen. All they did was
A ban on what? A ban on what?
Puberty blockers.
On puberty blockers.
All they did was
I thought they banned it, but it wasn't on the basis of anything actually scientific. It was based on political reasons.
limit access to
Okay, limit access, fine, whatever. Limit access, but for political reasons, not scientific ones.
research settings. France did a similar national review. They found the opposite thing. So here's the problem.
So the UK did ban it. That's something you said.
No, they restricted it. Have you ever seen?
Okay, so the UK did ban it. But again, that's for political reasons. So I don't know why it's relevant as to whether or not they banned it. Yeah, governments ban things that they shouldn't ban all the time. Governments ban things without deferring to the scientific consensus on some shit. Yeah, people in office do things for political reasons all the time.
Guns are restricted. They're not banned. There you go. That's the difference. So, have you ever watched a toothpaste commercial, Michael? This is my line I prepared. I want to say it.
Oh, man, he was so close. He was so close. But he didn't make the argument that I made. If only. And this is why you don't do this without being prepared, especially if you have zero media training.
Okay, so
be my guest. Yeah.
You know when they say 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this toothpaste?
Yeah.
I feel like what you guys do is you point to the 10th dentist.
Who's you guys?
The people who are conservatives and advocate your position.
Yeah.
They say,
okay, I mean, what he's saying is true, but it's sort of a side tangent, right? Because he didn't really fully address the point that Michael made. Obviously, I did, right? By indicating the fact that, well, just because something gets banned, it doesn't mean that the scientific consensus agrees with that ban, right? The scientific consensus is not in favor of the ban. That's what the scientific consensus is, right? Something can be banned despite the scientific consensus because things get banned for political reasons by politicians, not scientists or medical professionals, right? And there's a reason that it wasn't banned by scientists or medical professionals, right? It's because the consensus of actual medical professionals and scientists contradicts that of the agenda being pushed by right-wing governments.
Look at the 10th dentist. They're a dentist, and they think the toothpaste is terrible. What about the other 9 dentists? Why is there a...
So unironically, yeah, he is spitting, but it doesn't make as much sense in the context of conversation, right? That's sort of the issue with his approach here. So I am being a little bit critical of the people that are advocating for my position, of course, because I'm not dishonest. If somebody is not doing the best job defending it, I'll point it out.
Global medical consensus.
There isn't a global medical consensus.
Yes, there. Okay, glad.
If we're talking scientifically, yeah, there is a general consensus. Like in terms of people that have actually researched it, yeah, there is a general consensus. If you look at, I don't know, peer-reviewed studies, meta-analyses, if you actually fucking research this shit, which you don't, then you'll come to find that gender-affirming care is very beneficial. It's something that seems to be unanimous, if anything, almost unanimous.
Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation. I bet you didn't know that acronym.
I did not.
Google GLAAD medical associations. They have a page where all of this is just links to like 30-something medical associations.
But you're suggesting that
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm glad, no pun intended, that he brings that up. He's actually citing something. This is good. This is good. I want him to get more specific. If he got more specific, this would be a home run. This is more like a decent sort of rebuttal, but not as good as it could be.
The review by the NHS of the puberty blockers is the 10th dentist, and it's not. And furthermore, even the New York Times, which I don't read. I don't like the New York Times.
New York Times? Okay.
Oh, but the New York Times said something that was like kind of right-wing one time, so that means that they're actually, a reliable source here, okay?
No, hold on. Let me just make this point. The New York Times came out very recently in 2022. The puberty blocker.
I'm a pro-trans conservative Christian. When you say you're conservative, what do you mean by that? I'm curious because you say you're a pro-trans conservative Christian, okay? And that's actually a better starting point than a lot of people, okay? That means that you contrary to other people around you that generally have a similar set of predispositions as you, you take a pro-trans position. I want to know why you're conservative, because ideally, if I can, and I'd be down to talk to you at some point on stream, maybe off stream, if you're super active. You lean more right than liberal. I'd be interested in having a conversation about that. Would you be down to join the Discord? I have a debate server. It's linked in the About section of my channel. It'll say, like, debate server or, like, debate me here. It'll say some shit like that. There'll be an indication that it's a debate server. Once you join it, tell me who you are in chat so I know to verify you. Yeah. Let me debate. Maybe later. Same thing applies to you, okay? Please debate me, your dumbass. Well, that's not grammatically correct. I feel like I'm getting ignored. I've been ignoring most of chat, to be fair. I was paying attention to, like, somebody that was, like, disagreeing with me, but, like, is subject to change, because I think that that's kind of useful.
Contrary to what we've been told, are not, in fact, often reversible. That is one of the reasons why you're seeing major restrictions, if you like to call.
Yeah, but you want to know what's not reversible? Your natal puberty, which causes a lot of harm to trans people when they're forced to go through it. I can't reverse male puberty. I can't reverse the damage that it's done to me. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm a conservative, but not an LGBTQ plus hater. Yeah, and we have people like that in my audience, and we allow them to stick around, obviously. And we're cool with them, right? Maybe not cool with some of their beliefs or whatever. Or at least I disagree with them is what I'm trying to say. Not that you get fucking ostracized for it. I hope that makes a little bit more sense. But like, yeah, there are going to be, like, some people that are more right-leaning, that are more conservative, that watch me. And that's fine. But I'd like to get them to a point that's more in line with what I believe, if I can. If I can't, then that's fine too. But I think discourse is useful.
At that, moving toward full bans in multiple countries is because it causes all sorts of problems for kids long term.
Have you ever met a kid with asthma?
Yes.
So a kid with asthma might be prescribed. I'm sorry, I'm blanking here. This is hard. This is hard.
They might be prescribed, I don't know, an inhaler? Is that the word you're looking for? Or are you looking for something more specific than that? Because the thing that comes to mind is inhaler.
Yes, thank you. It's a steroid, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Steroid. All right.
Steroids can have side effects. Doctors
albuterol? Oh, yeah. Fuck. How did I not think of albuterol?
Monitor for side effects.
Yes.
So
that's true. That is true. Look, any of the side effects that you would find from puberty blockers are if you use them, like, for, like, an absurdly long period of time, right? So, like, in the 2 years between, like, I don't know, starting puberty blockers and deciding, yes, I want to go through with going on HRT, you're not going to have any of those side effects, right? If we're talking about long-term side effects, that is.
So puberty blockers can have side effects. Doctors monitor for side effects.
The problem is that asthma...
I'm pro-trans, but I don't agree with Leah Thomas competing against Riley Gaines and tying for 5th. We could talk about transports at some point. I'm more interested in having, like, a conversation in, like, a more general sense about why you're conservative. But if we want to get to the transports thing, then, like, I'd be okay with talking about that at some point. I have, like, kind of a nuanced / not entirely certain position on that. So maybe you move me on that as well. I'm not sure. Mainly just because I don't really care that much about trans sports.
Responds to a real medical condition where you have trouble breathing.
Gender dysphoria is in the DSM.
Yes, exactly. Puberty is harmful if it doesn't align with your gender identity. That is correct.
Okay.
All right, you're out.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
Nice
round two. Yes, there we go. Yes, thank you.
I'm happy to continue this if you want.
Happily, yeah.
All right, I added 5 more minutes.
Oh, wow. 5 more minutes. Cool.
Oh, wow, you guys, thank you.
Wow. Hello.
Hi, I'm Lex.
Lex, nice to meet you. I'm Michael.
I want to talk about the term eradication.
Ooh, interesting. I think I like this so far. I like this angle because it is very volatile, though I will say this might get into more of a discussion about the style of rhetoric versus the actual position he's espousing. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I like it in terms of it seems interesting. It's not the approach I would take, but I'm not going to criticize it because it could go somewhere else that could be good. Right? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Eradicating trans identities, sure. Trans people is really what you're referring to.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Sure. So I want to chat about where we've also seen that before. Can you guess?
Let's see if he gets it right, chat. Let's see if he gets it right.
Where? I'm going to guess you're going to say something about Hitler.
Do you want to know
True. Let's go.
the first book burning that the Nazi Party did?
Please, yes.
It was the Library of Queer and Trans History.
It's outrageous. I heard Martin Luther burn Thomas Aquinas' books, which bothers me even more.
It's so funny you want to bring up Martin Luther right now, but that's a whole nother conversation. My point
Plato
is...
Oh my God, Michael Knowles trying to yap his way out of this one, of course.
Book
Fascism as a whole really loves to hone in on small portions of society.
Yo, wait, she's spitting facts. Okay, I like where this is going. I just really hope that she can make the argument go full circle because this is a good start, but I don't know if she's going to be able to sort of connect the loose ends together in a way that's satisfying for debate, right? Because a lot of times people will start off really strong, but they won't be able to like fully engage with a response to it. You know what I mean? Whereas I would.
And right now, I'm sorry, I'm going to outright call you a fascist.
Oh, no.
Based. Though that did get clipped for the intro.
And say that what you're
heaven
saying
forfend.
is hate speech. What you're calling for is an eradication.
So again, I wouldn't go to this right away. I think it's too soon. I think what you would want to do is you'd want to say like, okay, like you would agree that like trying to eradicate an entire group is fascism, correct? Like, and then he's probably going to be like, oh, well, that's not what I'm advocating for. Okay, so like, what if instead of saying, like what if it's the case that like you have, the Weimar Republic, okay, and you've got a young man named Adolf Hitler, okay, and he's saying that he wants to eradicate Jewish ideology. Would you say that he's a fascist? I would hope that the answer is yes. And obviously, Michael Knowles would either have to weasel his way out of it, which is probably what he'd do, or he'd concede. So you obviously press him on it until he concedes. Like, yeah, of course he would be a fascist. Okay, great. So what if we replace the variable of Jewish with transgender? So now it goes from Jewish ideology to transgender ideology. Do you think that you might be a fascist? And that, my friends, is how you do the same thing, but way the fuck more effective rhetorically. Right? Same message, but A, it's more rhetorically effective, and B, I don't even have to call him a fascist. So I don't get clipped for the intro to make me look bad. Instead, I am asking him, wouldn't that make you a fascist? And that puts the onus on him to respond and explain why it's different. You see what I'm doing there?
Eradication of an entire community of human beings that deserve
Just because
to
you
exist,
say that doesn't make it true.
That deserve to have rights.
It's called controlling the conversation. Yes, but what I'm talking about in terms of my examples, I think is preferable because it's not just controlling the conversation, it's also being rhetorically effective. Controlling the conversation is only half of the equation. And while it is true that, yes, you should control the conversation if they try avoiding the question, what you do is you say, do you think that answered the question I asked you? And they'll say yes. And I'll be like, okay, what was the question I asked you? And they'll usually say, I don't know. And then I'll say, oh, so if you don't know what question you were responding to, then how the fuck are you meant to answer it? It's almost like you had a response ready, regardless of what I was going to ask you. And you decided that you wanted to go on a diatribe about a bunch of irrelevant shit. Right? That's the sort of approach that I would take. Or if they're able to recite the question, I'll be like, really? How did what you say answer the question? Really? Because you didn't answer that question. That's not the question you answered. At no point did you answer that. You just went on like a whole diatribe. But usually they won't be able to recite the question anyway.
That deserve
they do deserve to have rights. Oh yeah, I agree.
And
I totally agree.
As a
I think you're very disrespectful to them by lying to them. I think lying is very disrespectful.
Oh.
Yeah.
How is it lying to call a trans woman a woman? That's not lying. It's not disrespectful. There's like this weird projection. Actually, you're the one that's disrespectful, even though you're the one bettering their lives and I'm actively making them worse. But I'm actually helping trans people. It's so disgusting.
Do you feel like I'm lying to you? No. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I don't think that she's lying to me either.
But you are. You know, I guess you know what? You might not be lying in that you might be confused yourself, and lying is an intention.
What exactly is she confused about? What the sex gender distinction? Oh wait, that's conservatives that are confused about that.
Is telling an intentional untruth.
So I also want to talk about when we're talking about puberty.
I'll donate $100 if you debate me, Femyoz. You'll get your time. Don't worry.
Blockers and these long-term effects that actually haven't been studied. There are genuinely no long-term studies on puberty blockers that have been repeated enough to be accepted by the American Academy of Pediatrics.
Is that true? I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, we want to get more evidence, right? But Michael Knowles isn't in favor of that. He doesn't want us to be able to do the thing that would allow us to get more evidence, which is, inevitably going to lead to the outcomes that I want and the ones that he doesn't want. He obviously doesn't want that because it wouldn't work because all the evidence is already in favor of things like puberty blockers and HRT for treatment for gender dysphoria.
I grant that it's hard to find.
What could I'll do? $4.99. Okay, fair. Do you want to do this debate right now? I do got to go to the bathroom, but I did want to finish this segment first. But if you want to do it now, you can donate half of that first, right off the bat, and then donate the other half after the debate. And I will give you priority. You can finish video first. Okay. They won't. I call bluff. Oh, I don't believe them either. Anyways. I do want to continue the video.
By the American Academy of Clinical Endocrinologists, who are the clinical experts.
But the data that we do have persuaded even people who formerly advocated puberty blockers to recognize that.
Who? Like who? What medical professionals are we talking about? I'd like to know.
They are not totally reversible.
But they haven't because I literally can. I'm sorry. We can fact check this at home, but I counted before I came in here 13 different.
Come on, Jubilee, give us the fact checker.
Governing bodies of medical professionals who all support unanimously access to.
Ooh, interesting. The Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation compiled a list of 35 major medical associations that support access to transgender care. Interesting.
Professionals who all support unanimously access to puberty blockers and gender affirming care.
Right.
True.
But I just named you 3 whole nations that don't support it anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, for political reasons as opposed to scientific ones. There's going to be a difference between medical associations, which are apolitical, and nations, which are political and have political leaders that do legislation and pass legislation and shit like that. I know, crazy.
Who previously did, like Sweden was the most probably pro-trans country in the world.
If you get 5 to 10 people in Discord, it would be best. Dude, I'm not doing a debate panel. Those are fucking AIDS. I like one-on-one debates, not debate panels. Those are fucking awful. Those are just loud, annoying, because I want to be able to respond to one person's point at a time. However, join the Discord server and the debate server specifically. It's in the About section of my channel. It'll say something like debate me here or Femyoz debate server or some shit like that. You'll know it when you see it. Join that. I'll verify you once you join if you say who you are. And yeah. I really need to fucking pee. God damn. All right, we got to finish this segment so I can pee.
How many countries are there? There are how many countries that believe in transgenderism? Not that many. Not that many that believe in transgender.
Yeah, there are a lot of countries that believe a lot of fucked up things. There are a lot of countries that don't believe in basic human rights. Why would we defer to like what the legal framework of another country is? That's fucking dumb.
Access to puberty blocker.
Well, you don't understand the legal framework of other countries is also like really shitty. So that's the way it should be, because that's the way it is in other places. Okay.
That's okay.
The US is one of the most pro-trans countries. We're actually lucky. Unfortunately, yeah, other countries are worse.
All on your own. You got it.
Thank you. Well,
actually, no, I'd say Canada is better in terms of trans rights. Canada's significantly better.
Oh, look at all the support coming from India. I really appreciate it. I just find it interesting how usually this is Matt Walshstick from y'all's place, and it seems like you're trying to leech on it from a lot of the media attention that you got from the transgenderism should be eradicated. Do you want to talk a little bit more about
all negative media attention that Michael Knowles got, by the way, and now he's just like trying to double down on it on like one of his like most retarded positions.
Why a woman should be doing that instead
People
of a man
usually
like Matt Walsh?
people don't usually confuse me for Matt Walsh. They usually confuse me for Rachel Maddow. But
Right.
She didn't come
well,
here.
You present very feminine, which is why I feel like it's weird that you keep calling yourself like he or this term Michael.
Well, I'm glad.
True. Facts. I mean, come on. Are you trying to convince us that you have XY chromosomes, Michael? If you did, you wouldn't be this effeminate.
Still have yet to see a birth certificate. Or
I'm glad
yet to
that
see anything
I'm glad
proving
that
what your
I'm
gender
glad
is.
that you recognize that there are stereotypical behaviors of men and women, and that they maybe ought to behave in those ways.
That's what a social role.
Oh, right. So you don't adhere to the male social role. You're admitting that, right?
It's performative characteristics. So it looks like we're agreeing.
I don't
What
deny.
I don't agree with though is that you're saying again these specific biological essentialism, which you cannot prove right now.
True. All Michael Knowles' position boils down to, at the end of the day, is biological essentialism. This is factually correct.
I wouldn't call
Neither
myself
have anybody.
I wouldn't call myself a biological essentialist.
How do I join the Discord? I just explained it. It's if you click on my channel, one of the links in the About section, right? So like if I go on my phone, it'll be the it'll go here. I go to the About section. It'll be the fourth link. It's called call-ins, right? So there'll be a link to a Discord server called call-ins. That's where you can call in. Okay, so you'll want to join there. And then you'll want to say who you are in this chat so that I know which Discord account is yours, so that I can, verify you, and then
You said things like chromosomes, genitals are the only things that can determine what people can.
I've never said that. When did I say that?
What do you mean?
But what are you talking about? What are you If you're saying it's a biological characteristic exclusively and that your gender must be contingent upon your sex, that is the implication, you fucking idiot.
You can rewind the prompts. You guys can go back in the
Please
video
do.
and go ahead
Good
and see
luck.
that.
Good luck doing that.
What have you said then?
I agree with you that there is
Oh, now you agree. You've changed your position, Michael. What happened?
Social and performed aspects to gender. In fact,
oh, very interesting. Very interesting. And you would agree that they're not contingent upon sex, right? Or are you a biological essentialist?
I agree that there is a distinction to be had between
Judith
sex
Butler's
and gender.
disciple. We love you.
Oh, you believe that sex and gender aren't the same. Okay, if sex and gender aren't the same, why do they have to be aligned with each other? Why is that obligatory?
Yeah, no,
Michael.
Judith Butler goes a little wrong. I guess my point is,
Oh, I really hope this guy hones in on that, because that was a huge error on Michael's end that anybody like me would be able to pick up on instantly. I don't know if he would have made that error debating anybody else, or if he's just like that fucking dumb, or if he has his guard down because he's just like debating randoms. But that was an error. That was definitely an error.
pro-trans people say that when you are a man, your body is that of a man, but you desire to behave in a way that is not like a man.
Well, it's not just to behave in a way. You're talking about a gender identity. That's not the same as gender roles.
You should do that. And then actually you should change your body often to be more like the opposite sex. And
yeah, alleviates dysphoria, yeah, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you do the thing that medically helps you?
I guess my argument is...
Well, that's not something that's advocated for people who all experience
Your name is RJ_2. Good to know.
gender dysphoria. There are certain instances where the medical community will say that this does
You don't
improve
think
people's quality of life.
you don't think that puberty
Hold on, Michael,
blockers
come
and
on, I let
cross-sex
you talk. I
hormones
let
and
you talk,
surgeries
Michael,
are
come on.
advocated for?
Let's stop doing this.
Well, I'm glad.
For surgeries for who? People under 18 aren't getting surgeries. I don't know why the fuck people harp on this point when it's easily disprovable. Except I know exactly why they do it. It's because people don't fact check. People don't care that they're being lied to. It's so pathetic. It's actually so draining to just like hear someone knowingly lie to their audience. Just like do so flagrantly and just not give a fuck.
You know my
I've
name
never
now.
said that.
You did just say that.
I am being respectful this time.
Well, that's good.
Because I want to, just respect it and show that it's not something that has to be proven on a piece of paper the way that we engage as a dialogue.
There's puberty blockers and HRT for people under 18. Yes, but that's not the same thing as surgery. He said surgery. It's a very different thing.
So I'm just choosing to use the respectful terms that you've said,
Oh,
even though you
good.
still haven't proved that your name's Michael, by the way, which is a little bit weird.
Yeah,
But we'll continue to go back to not all medical professionals will advocate for gender affirming care for every person that's trans.
Yeah,
I mean, does Michael Knowles have a single argument?
Sometimes it's a social transition where people are
Yeah,
just
yeah.
changing their name or the way that they're
True.
dressed. So
Yeah.
let's just have some appropriate respect.
that's a
let's
bad
just
idea,
treat
too.
people like
Why is that a bad idea? Can you explain why that's a bad idea, Michael?
society.
That's a bad idea,
Let's
too.
just treat people
Because that's
socially the
correlated
way
with
that
all
they-
sorts of terrible outcomes in its context.
Oh, really? Oh, correlated or causing? Because correlation doesn't equal causation, Michael. If you took a basic stats class, you went to college, didn't you? Or surely you took stats at some point, and if you did, you would know that one of the first things you learn in a statistics course is that correlation does not equal causation. You want to know what causes the bad mental health outcomes? It's not them being allowed to be trans. It's not them being allowed to come out of the closet that causes it, right? They're going to be trans no matter what, whether you like it or not. That's just a fact. The same way that gay people are gay whether you like it or not, them being gay is just a fact of the matter. Same logic applies to trans people. However, what we can measure is mental health outcomes according to different kinds of treatment and environments that trans people have access to. And it seems to be the case that when trans people are affirmed in their identities and given access to medical care for their gender dysphoria, that they have better mental health outcomes than they would otherwise. So why is that? Why is that? Because it's not them being allowed to be trans that makes them worse off, it's the contrary. Them being accepted makes them better off. If it made them worse off, then we wouldn't see people having better mental health outcomes when they're accepted. That wouldn't logically follow.
Contrary to reality.
Is it?
So to your point,
wearing certain clothes is contrary to reality.
Yeah,
if you go to
behaving
Scotland and
like
see
a
someone in
woman
kilt,
if you're
are you
a
crying,
man is
Michael? Are
behaving-
you crying because you see a man in a
kilts
kilt?
are very masculine.
Oh wow, there you go.
I actually,
so
I'm
you're saying
willing
that gender
to.
roles can change. They're malleable. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
There's
saying
not something in.
No, you're not. But you just said that kilts are very masculine. Wow, it's almost like what you wear is going to be very relative to the culture that you grow up in. And what's considered masculine in one society might be considered feminine in another. Who would have guessed?
Intrinsic that says I should wear this
Not
particular
exactly
set of
fashion.
Sometimes they regret it, then detrans. Yeah, what's the statistical likelihood of that? Because I'll tell you what it is. It's less than 0.5%. 0.5% of people that regret, or sorry, 0.5% of people that medically transition regret it. Less than 0.5%. Less than 0.5% of people that medically transition regret it. That is nothing. That is literally nothing. So should we ruin it for the other 99.5% of trans people who don't regret it? So because one trans person ends up not being trans and they regret it, it should be ruined for 199 others? That's a bit ridiculous. Why should it be ruined for me? That doesn't make any sense.
Can change.
Okay.
But I'm willing to go further than maybe some of my friends and colleagues and conservatives, which is that I don't think that gender is just your biology, because I don't think a human person is just a...
Genitals don't define gender, yet removing it affirms it? Well, I would say that if we're talking about gender versus sex, the dysphoria is something that, and it might be a little bit confusing because it's called gender dysphoria, but really, a lot of dysphoria is sex dysphoria. Dysphoria in relation to physical sex characteristics. And in order to treat this dysphoria, the only way to do that in many cases is through medical intervention, right? So yes, you are right in identifying the fact that sex and gender are not the same, and that genitalia does not define gender, However, it can cause suffering in many instances. It can cause dysphoria. The same way that male puberty causes dysphoria to most women that experience it, most of which are trans women. But mind you, there are going to be intersex people that have hormonal imbalances that also are forced to go through some amount of male puberty. So the fact of the matter is, while it is true that if, let's say there's somebody that's assigned female at birth that has a hormonal imbalance that, starts growing a beard because of the testosterone in their system, while it is true that, I don't know, them having a beard doesn't make them less of a woman, it would also be true that them getting that lasered off and getting their hormones in check would also be considered necessary medical care. These are not mutually exclusive, and I try to emphasize this with the way that I talk about this, right? And if those aren't mutually exclusive in that case, they wouldn't be in this case either, right?
Body. I'm not a materialist.
It's not assigned, it's observed. What? Sex or gender? Gender is absolutely assigned, but it's not the same thing as sex.
I think that we're body and soul. I think that
Okay, so that goes back to, again, you arguing from
40% of trans people attempt suicide. Yeah, and how do you make that number go down? Because it's not forcing them back into the closet. Should that prevent them from buying guns? Well, no. I don't think it should.
a religious perspective, which you have an American right to have,
or a
but it's an
philosophical
American right to have that
perspective,
lack of religious perspective too, and that's what I'm trying to be. Here. I'm a patriotic man, Michael.
Right, but the
USA.
But I guess
unironically, yeah, this guy's probably more patriotic than Michael ever will be.
We have the freedom of expression, the First Amendment. That's what it's all
we don't
for.
have. There's no First Amendment right to obscenity, first of all. But second
It's
of all,
obscene for
Oh, right. Yes, it's obscene for a person to wear a fucking skirt when they're assigned male at
me to
birth.
wear a dress.
but the view
Isn't it weird because I have XX chromosomes, Michael?
Yeah,
big surprise.
You have XX chromosomes.
Yeah, would you
Okay.
call me she, her now?
I don't. I'll.
Dude, he doesn't know what to say. He doesn't know what to say. This is so pathetic.
Oh, it looks like
I'll defer. I'll defer to you. I don't remember. I don't remember your name. What is your name?
What would you say?
Oh, now I'm just gonna call you by your name over and over again. Because I thought, what happened to we can always tell, Michael? Do you think this man should be forced to use the women's restroom if he has XX chromosomes?
My name is.
I don't know.
You can determine. You just said easy. It's very easy to determine.
Well,
exactly. It's very easy to determine, and now you're confused, Michael. What's happening?
Say if you look more like a man or a woman. But what is your name? You look more like a man.
Okay.
Without
I
question,
appreciate it.
you certainly do.
Thank you so much.
Very interesting.
I don't. I have XY chromosomes, by the way. But you little
of course.
flustering right there is a little bit. It shows that you're like freaking out. I'm trying to figure out what objective truth is.
I don't think.
True.
I'm freaking out. I think that people.
No, you were. It was pathetic. You didn't know what to say. You were fucking stumbling over yourself like a pathetic bitch.
People are intentionally confusing people in public, which is one of the problems of transgender.
Confusing.
Yeah, for a man to pretend to be a woman. That would be one
you've
example.
Been saying
of
that
it.
you're a man. I'm not seeing any masculine qualities, but also.
Ooh. Oh shit. Dude, he fucking got his ass.
Oh, man, for the rest of this video.
Yeah, that's why I'm glad you do. But because actually, our identity as people.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe that Michael Knowles has XY chromosomes. You know, if he did, he would have more masculine features, obviously.
Doesn't depend upon some kind of performance. I don't need to wear a tank top or look like a big He-Man. There's just an objective.
We know that you're not a very big man. We know that you're effeminate. We know you're a gay bottom.
There is performative characteristics. That is something that you just said. Rewind again, like 20 seconds.
But yeah, and like as if him wearing a suit isn't performative. It's like, yeah, you're wearing male's clothing and you still look like a bitch because you are one, and you're a gay bottom, and no suit or tie is ever going to fix that or change that fact.
If you would listen to what I've said, there is obviously a socially enacted aspect to sex that pro-trans people who are
what would we call that? What would we call that? The thing that's derived from sex, but not sex in of itself. There's like a word. It's gender. The thing that's not the same thing as sex. So why should it be solely contingent upon sex when we acknowledge that it's not sex and you acknowledge that it's not sex? So if everyone agrees that it's not the same thing as sex, then why is it necessarily defined by it exclusively when we agree that it's not even the same thing? Well, why would it be solely contingent upon something if it's not that thing?
We're operating off of a religious, or rather irreligious, Gnostic anthropology, say that when there is a distinction between the two, one should favor the fantasy over the biological reality. And what I'm saying is when there's a distinction between the two, which does sometimes happen, then...
Oh, you agree that it does happen. So like, for instance, in the case of a trans person.
If you're a fella, you should just act like a man. Why?
Well, considering the fact that you're supposedly a guy, you're not very good at that, Michael. I'm sorry, you don't act very masculine. You're like a beta bitch. You're like the opposite of a man.
Yeah, and you acting like a man, again, is going to change depending on what the cultural context it is that you're residing in.
Yeah, and like for someone that talks about how people need to act more like men, you're not a very manly individual, Michael. Like, you come across as gay bottom. You give off gay bottom energy. I'm sorry, it's just a fact.
Not all that much.
As you just said.
Not all.
Says the dude wearing a choke collar. Well, the difference is that I don't fucking lie about being a gay bottom. That's sort of a, I'm honest about it. Something you won't get from Michael Knowles that you'll get from me is honesty. Michael Knowles wishes he could just outright say that he's a gay bottom. Now I'm a gay bottom for women, but that's besides the point.
You just said if I were,
we're not seahorses. I'm never going to give birth.
You'd be like, yo, that's a little bit weird.
Bottom admission already, only for the sake of the argument. Otherwise, I would be denying
But just because
it.
I have a plaid pattern on it, you're going to say it's masculine to wear a kilt. That's something
Yeah,
that
the
just
Scots
comes
are
right
pretty.
there.
Funny how you seem to be using it as a derogatory term, but against Michael Knowles, yeah, because based on his own standards, it would be. Based on his own standards, it would be a bad thing for him to come across as a gay bottom. There's nothing wrong with being a gay bottom, but there is according to Michael Knowles' worldview.
Scots are pretty masculine, yeah.
It's
fashions
malleable
change.
depending on the culture
Fashions
that you're in.
change, but human nature
And
does
that's
not.
something that you just can't change.
Human nature doesn't. Okay, but what about the aspect of human nature that causes people's brains in terms of gender identity to be misaligned with their biological sex? Just saying.
Cool. But I appreciate it. I'm sorry, Mindy.
Mindy, huh? All right.
Dude, Mindy, my fucking goat.
Say it again.
I think Mindy is probably like the best in terms of debate skill that's showed up thus far.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, and then they go into whatever the next topic is. I don't care. It's probably some gay, boring shit that maybe we could watch a different time. I don't know. I've had enough Jubilee for the day. We'll do a debate. Why not? I need to pee. So I'm going to be right back. Then we'll do a debate. Maybe 2 debates. Who knows? Okay, it's 1:29 in the morning. Dude, stream is dead. But before I restart stream, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Then we're going to do a debate. Then maybe we'll restart stream and do another debate. I don't know. We'll see. I need to pee. All right, yeah. Dude, it's everyone's bathroom break. All right, don't leave me. Don't leave me, chat. Okay. Right. Let's see here. We gotta set Discord up real quick. Let's see here. Okay. Femyoz call-in debates. And then you said that your username was, what was it? Oh, it's the same as it is on YouTube, so RJ. So let me search RJ, and then let me verify you. What? Okay, why doesn't it show up in the list of people? Under rules, right? RJ? Okay, wait, why can't I search? Okay, you're not showing up. Yeah, I'll scroll down and see if you're there. Okay, we've got... No, I don't see it. Where the fuck? Oh wait, I'm on... Oh, I know why. It's because I'm on my alt. I'm retarded. I was looking at the server on my alt. No wonder why I'm such an idiot. Okay. Sorry. Fuck off. Femyoz call-in debates. Okay, verification. RJ. Nope. Okay. What the fuck? You said your name was RJ. It says 6 online? Does it? You sure you're in this? It should be more than 6. It says 29 online. Are you sure you're in the right server? I don't think you're in the correct server. What fucking server are you in? Well, either way, invite to server, copy. Here, I'll just create a new invite link. Just paste it in chat. But this is the server you should be in. I don't know what's stopping you. Okay, so I am going to be on the air. I need to go over here. Output device. That. Okay. And then that should get me where I need it to be. Okay. Okay, where does it... Dude, I'm sorry. I haven't, like, properly set this cord up. Dude, this is fucking AIDS. I should remove general chat. Oh my god. Where the hell? Oh, I see where you are. A member since 11 minutes ago. Roles verified. Congratulations, RJ, you've been verified. I don't know why it didn't show up. That was weird as fuck. Okay. At RJ. Yeah, okay. Now, join the waiting room, and then I'll drag you in, I guess. At RJ, join! How do I get to other stream? What? No, just join the waiting room. You have access to the waiting room channel, right? And I'll just drag you in. Okay, you're in the server. You gotta join the waiting room. Okay. I'm waiting. I'm waiting very, very patiently. Oh, so patiently. Am I not? Okay. RJ sweating. Maybe. Come on, you gotta join the waiting room. What's going on here? I'm waiting. How do I join other live? Huh? This is like a sad attempt to like troll or whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna have other people. Who else wants to debate? Because I know somebody else said they wanted to. But I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay, I'm actually we're just gonna have somebody else like join in. Okay, who wants to debate me? Join the server. Say who you are. Hein Ketup, do you wanna talk? You said you were conservative. Are you interested in getting in VC? Which VC do they join? They join waiting room. I don't think that they have access to on the air. Do they? Can people just join on the air? You're not supposed to. That shouldn't be an option. That should be, maybe some other time. All right. Let me make sure the permissions are okay. And then in terms of at everyone, you can view the channel, but you can't connect. And then, okay. And that's for on the air. Okay. So that's correct. Join waiting room. Oh my god. Let me make sure that the permissions are correct, because it's been a while since I set this up. Okay. Verified can view channel and connect. So, yeah, you should be able to connect to it. Copy a link. Paste. There you go. If you can't figure it out, then, like, that sucks. It's tough luck. What are those posters? Those are Bald Martin, the beautiful bald man. I know. Such a beautiful, beautiful specimen. Look, I don't got all day. I don't got all day for this. And if anyone else wants to join, let me know. Let me know. Because I am waiting. I wanted to do debates, actually. I'm actually in the mood for debates. Okay. Dude. I think he's just, like, trolling. I don't think he's gonna join. I mean, he said he was gonna donate $500 to debate me? I don't know. It keeps saying I cannot join a room. Hold on. Waiting room. You shouldn't have that issue. I think you absolutely can join. Hold on, let me see. Edit channel. Because I'm pretty sure I specifically remember setting this up where it was like yeah, you should be able to join it. There's no reason you wouldn't. Yeah, because if I go to verified, you can view the channel and you can connect to it. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason you wouldn't be able to. Join the waiting room. Yo, can somebody else that's in the server try joining the waiting room? If you're, like, verified in the server. In, like, the debate server. Because we've literally done this before on stream. But, like, somebody else do it that's, like, verified. Or, like, join and get verified. I'll verify you manually, don't worry. That's what I do for all of them. So I feel like, dude, I need to debate somebody, okay? I'm, like, tired, but I'm in, like, a eepy sleepy, but I want to debate somebody kind of mood. All right, join the Discord, debate me. All right, that's right. Yeah, there shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't be an issue. Boo. Yeah. Hello, Eric Vandenborn. I hope you're doing very well today. Edit category. Permissions. Yeah. Yep. Okay. I quite literally have it like set up perfectly. So I don't know what the issue is if you're not able to join. You joined the debate server? Okay. Members. What the hell? Why can't I? Okay, maybe I need to refresh it. What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I have to refresh it anytime there's new members. Okay. Alright. One of y'all motherfuckers gotta join the waiting room. Okay. You're insatiable being. Alright, yep, okay, waiting room works. Okay, I assume you're not here to debate me, you just were testing if the waiting room works? Because I haven't really used the server, I'm gonna be real.
I was on your other server.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that. I assume you don't have anything you disagree with me on?
Other than Charlie Kirk was not really a racist.
Oh, he wasn't. Why wasn't he a racist?
I mean, I don't think he was a racist. I think he treated everybody the same based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin.
Well, that's not true, because if we actually take a look at what Charlie Kirk had to say, anytime you would see like a black person working somewhere, you would immediately have like a more negative opinion of them and just like think like, oh well, and he said this, by the way, like, oh, I sure hope that they're qualified because they're probably not. Right? That was what he said that he believes.
That was one clip of something that he said based on the United Airlines 50% black DEI initiative they took. So that was just a talking point. He says, normally I wouldn't think this way, but since United Airlines announced
but he
this
does
thing,
think that way.
No, but he was saying he was saying, if you read the whole clip, if you look at the whole clip about what he said, he was talking about the United Airlines 50% black hires. And then he says, normally I wouldn't think this way, but a DEI policy like that.
Do you want to screen share the whole clip? Because if you're making a claim about like the whole clip, then like send me a link to the whole clip.
Okay. Yeah, you can watch the whole clip. But okay, so what he said was in response to that DEI article about United Airlines. And he says it would cause people, normally I wouldn't think this way, but it would cause people to maybe get on a plane, see a black pilot, and then think to themselves, I wonder if they're qualified. So
no, that's not him saying that other people might think that. That was him saying that he thinks that.
He said, normally I wouldn't think this way, but it would cause me to think, oh, maybe if I saw a black pilot, it would cause me to think, I wonder if they're qualified. But he was talking about DEI in general.
Can you link me the full clip? Because yeah, he was talking about DEI in general. That's correct. Like when I go anywhere, my first thought isn't oh, I wonder if this person is qualified on the basis of their skin. That's not really what I think when I see a black person working somewhere, because I'm like normal and I don't do that.
So Charlie Kirk got a little bit too much into the whole DEI and Civil Rights Act thing.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up civil rights.
Everyone told him not to do that, but he got into it anyway because he was trying to promote the fact that white people and black people are equal.
Okay, what's your defense of him opposing the Civil Rights Act?
He said that he agreed with the first page or two that said we can't discriminate based on the color of the skin. End of story. That's the end of the bill. He disagreed with the rest of the bill that led to the culture of trying to find racism where it doesn't exist.
Really? What part of the bill specifically did he disagree with?
He said like Article 4 or 5 or something when someone asked him about
Article
this one 4
or 5 or something? What does Article 4 or 5 or something say?
Okay, well anyway, he said it was like 1,000-page bill. That it should have just
what does he specifically disagree with? What part of civil
like,
rights does he disagree with?
like, okay, so like that, like parents could like sue people over like people using the locker rooms of their daughter that was a male or female.
What? So the
It was
Civil Rights Act is you can sue people for using the locker rooms of a male or a female. That I don't think that's what civil rights said. I'm confused.
There was a case where this boy kept going into the girls' locker room, and then they sued the school or something for discrimination or something, and that was all because of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It was meant to protect black people, not boys and. It meant to protect black people, not boys and girls locker rooms.
Okay, can you find me that the boys and girls locker room is part of the Civil Rights Act? Because I don't.
That's what the lawsuit was based on. I'm not too familiar with that. Because Civil Rights Act means what was based on what? Based on the color of skin, or sex or gender.
Okay,
because when the Civil Rights Act was passed,
why should you be able to discriminate based on gender?
I don't think in general you should be able to be.
Oh, okay. So you agree with me then? So what exactly?
What it eventually led to was the Riley Gaines thing. She got to play in women's sports against Riley Gaines.
You've established something that's like 5 trillion degrees of separation away. Oh, but like, what about like Riley Gaines? Like many years later. Okay, what about it?
So Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas tied for 5th place, and the reason they were able to do that was because of the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
And I give a shit because why?
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 is you can't discriminate based on race or gender.
Yeah, that's good.
And
yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, people shouldn't be able to discriminate based on that.
That's true, but
okay,
Riley
so why
Gaines
are you saying that
Leah
it's like bad?
Because it led to things like Riley Gaines and Leah Thomas. It also led to disproportionate arrests of people that were committing crimes. It led to a culture of people being scared to do anything. Like it caused people to focus more on race than they should have been.
Well, that's just not true. If we're talking about like people getting disproportionately, prosecuted and imprisoned for crimes, that's going to be like an example of like systemic racism that you could point to, or yeah, black people are disproportionately targeted, but that's not because of civil rights. Civil rights is not to blame for that. That's a kind of a ridiculous point to make, right?
I think that everyone should be treated equally, and I don't think
that's what civil rights aims to do, right?
Yeah,
and that's the thing that Charlie Kirk opposes is most of civil rights.
He said he agreed with the first page of the bill that says you can't discriminate based on sex or. There was other things in the bill, but the main thing was,
he obviously doesn't believe that though.
In terms of
he obviously believes that you should be able to.
Men and women's sports was his biggest thing,
and
his other thing was
he explicitly stated that he explicitly stated that he opposes gay marriage, and he also has stated that he wants gender affirming care to be banned nationally for all trans people. So not just trans kids, not just trans sports. No, he is anti-trans across the board.
Well, I mean, I don't he said a lot of good things besides.
Oh, but like, what about the good things he said? Like, aside from the abhorrent shit that he said. And it's like, well, that's great that he, had some, good positions. Like, I like free speech. That's awesome. Good for him. What do you want me to do? Give him a fucking pat on the back? A high five for doing the bare minimum in that regard? Yeah, I too am in favor of free speech. I don't expect people to give me a fucking pat on the back for that. Right? If someone is in favor of suppose, and I'm using that very loosely, I don't actually think he cared about free speech. I think he liked the aesthetic of it, but that's besides the point. Fact of the matter is, yeah, he might agree with you on some shit, but that doesn't negate all of the abhorrent shit that he believed in. Whether it be, his position on trans issues, which we agree are terrible, his position on gay people, queer people in general, which you agree is terrible, his position on civil rights, which is arguably indefensible, him wanting to send more money to the IDF. He wants more money to go to the Israeli government, indefensible. He
actually backed off of that position, actually.
No, he didn't. He did
Look it up.
not. I looked it up, and
In fact,
it was
that's the conspiracy
it was
theory, is
the
that he
most
stopped
mild.
supporting
Yeah,
the
and
IDF.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I believe in reality, and the reality of the matter is making a temporary mild concession for the sake of optics is not the same as conceding a position. Those aren't the same thing. He wasn't going to turn against Israel. He was already completely bought out by them. But part of being bought out by them is also serving as controlled opposition to an extent. To be like, look, I'm not in favor of such and such. I'm just in favor of, and then anything that would enable the Israeli government to continue doing a genocide, which is exactly what he was doing.
Okay, well, I don't have to agree with Charlie Kirk's I don't have to agree with.
Well, there's a difference between
Charlie
disagreeing
Kirk's
and like him
stances.
having like the most reprehensible positions. Or what about the position that he explicitly stated that like not only does he think that abortion should just be banned nationally, including in cases of rape, he even went as far as to say that if his own daughter got raped at the age of 9, that he would force her to have the rape baby. This is the guy you're defending.
I don't have to agree with single stance
No,
that
it's
he
not
has,
just that you're
but
disagreeing
I
with
liked
some of
him
his
as a person.
stances. No,
I
it's
liked
not
him
just
as
you
a person.
disagreeing with some of his stances. It's his stances are so fucking reprehensible to the point where he's a bad person.
To some
It's like,
people,
well, I
yeah.
disagree. Well, it's like I disagree with like this Nazi, but I think he's a really cool guy aside from the whole Nazi thing. Do you see why that sort of gets into the point of
Never said he
absurdity?
was a Nazi.
Well, I'm not saying he's a Nazi or not a Nazi either. What I am saying is that, yes, somebody's beliefs can be reprehensible enough to the point where I think it's reasonable to say, yeah, this was a bad person. So for all of the reasons that I would say a Nazi who denies the Holocaust is a bad person, I would also say that a transphobe who denies the existence of trans people and is against us having access to gender-affirming care is also a bad person.
He liked talking to trans people. He said he did not hate them. He likes talking to them.
Oh, he said he didn't hate them. You know, the same way that a Nazi says, "Oh, I don't hate Jewish people. You know, I just think that the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm not a hateful person. I talk to Jewish people. I have a Jewish friend. I have a black friend. How could I be racist?"
Okay, yeah, like he was an entertaining person. Yes, he would say some like controversial shock value stuff. But that's also like kind of helps him gets views. It also like
now it's just
is
shock
an
value. Do you think that
icebreaker.
when Nick Fuentes says shit about the Jews, do you think it's an icebreaker or entertainment value, or do you think, oh, that's like just him saying what he believes?
It's an opener for debate.
Oh, it's an opener
Like,
for
it ca-
debate. So when Nick Fuentes is JQing and talking about how Jews control the media, it's just like an opener. He doesn't actually believe that.
Well, I mean that's a topic that gets people debating, right? Because there's
Why
some
is it
people that
being
think
debated in
Jews
the first
control the
place?
media.
Like who? Like Nick Fuentes, for example?
That's been a long-standing view for decades. Is that
Yeah, but like you would agree that Nick Fuentes believes that that the Jews control the media and believes in Holocaust denial / revisionism, correct? Or do you disagree with that?
I don't know about all of his positions. I just know that
he's like known for being a Nazi, but according to your standards, you would be like, no, what do you mean that this open neo-Nazi isn't actually a Nazi? It's actually just the opener. When he says that the Holocaust didn't happen, he's actually just starting the discussion. He actually thinks it did happen and is against Nazism.
Okay, well, me personally, I like Charlie Kirk way more than Nick Fuentes. I don't really
That's
like
great,
Nick
but
Fuentes
I'm
that much.
yeah, and I know. Well, that's the point. Is most people don't like Nick Fuentes, and that's why I'm using him as an example of somebody where it
Same
makes
thing
it
with,
easier to see from my perspective how I view somebody.
Yeah, same thing with Michael Knowles. I like Charlie Kirk way more than Michael Knowles.
Well, Michael Knowles is insufferable, but realistically, what exactly do Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk disagree with each other on meaningfully? What do they meaningfully disagree with each other on?
Oh, I'm talking about their personality, their style as
Their
a person.
personalities. So,
Like,
so
they're
for you,
willing to
it's like
be
an
less
aesthetic
hateful.
thing. It's like an aesthetic thing. But Charlie Kirk is not less hateful than
so.
Michael Knowles. If we're talking about style of rhetoric, it's the fucking same shit. It's not really dialed
I can
back.
see how yeah, it's very similar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. So if it's very similar, Then what exactly sets them apart other than vibes?
There's nothing wrong with having a virtue saying you read the Bible and you think marriage is between a man and a woman. There's nothing wrong with
yeah. Well, there
personally
is something
believing
wrong
that.
with saying that should be enforced by the government.
Okay, well, I think in
Charlie Kirk and
America
Michael Knowles don't disagree with
get
that.
legally married if you're gay. You can legally get married if you're gay in America.
Yeah, you can.
And get the same rights as anyone else.
Yeah, you can. And that's something that people like Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk are against. They don't think that you should be able to.
Okay, they morally think that they have their own opinion.
They want it to be legally imposed.
Marriage.
We literally watched Michael Knowles, for instance, who has all the same positions as Charlie Kirk. We literally watched him argue against gay marriage.
Okay, but it doesn't mean they want it to be banned legally.
No, they do. They clearly do want it to be banned legally.
I've never heard them. They say all the things.
Yeah, they say all of the things that you would say if you're in favor of it being legally banned.
I don't think they ever legally wanted to ban it.
Really? They just have all of the same exact positions as someone who would, but they're like, actually, while it is true that gay marriage isn't really marriage and, it doesn't count and it's not really a real thing and, it goes against, God and also all this other bullshit. I'm actually in favor of them having that right. But at no point do they clarify that. At no point do they clarify that they're in favor of that. The reason is because they just don't want to say the quiet part out loud. That's all it boils down to. When they won't say one way or another, but they say all of the things that would lead you to one conclusion and obviously not the other, then they probably want to lead you to the conclusion that you would come to based on all of the shit that they said, right? It's like a very obvious inference to make. But then they also have the ability to give themselves plausible deniability by saying, oh, well, actually, I believe, that it's like wrong. I didn't make a statement about, whether or not it should be legislated out of existence, right? Sometimes they might say some stuff like that, but they won't say that like, no, well, of course it should be protected by the law, Of course gay marriage should be protected. They won't say that because they don't believe that.
Okay, I mean, you can still have a legal partnership and have tax bonuses, but the actual word marriage might be, personally defined by them differently. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but that's not what they were saying. They weren't saying that we should have something that's okay, but there's a difference between saying, well, I think that like gay marriage isn't real, but we should have this thing that's exactly like marriage and has all of the same legal benefits. We should just call it something else. I don't think that there should be a different policy. I just wish we would use a different word. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that gay marriage, conceptually, in of itself, is something that they have a problem with and that shouldn't be allowed in society.
Okay, well, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Also, to the people saying debate RJ, RJ has not joined the waiting room. So I don't know how the fuck I'm meant to debate somebody that's not in the waiting room. Everybody else is able to get into the waiting room. You have the same role as everybody else. You should have no problem getting into the waiting room. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Anyways, sorry.
So some of these people like Charlie Kirk and these guys, they are way more far right than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is very moderate compared to these guys.
And he's far right.
So I align, but the things that Charlie Kirk disagrees with Trump with are all the things that Trump's not far right enough on.
Oh, really?
So
like
what
do they meaningfully disagree on?
They think Trump is too lax on the trans rights. He's too lax on gun rights.
You think that you think that they should be more harsh against trans people? You think that they should be?
I think that Trump is very lenient on trans people.
No, he's not. Have you seen the executive orders that he's imposed? What are you talking about? Lenient my fucking ass. You think that there should be more anti-trans legislation is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying...
No, you disagree with that. Okay, so you would agree then that Charlie Kirk is even worse than Trump in that regard, correct?
Yes, Trump is more far...
Less
Trump,
bad.
Charlie Kirk wants way more restrictions on trans.
Yeah, that makes him way worse. Yeah, that makes him worse than Trump.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk is way more far right than Trump. And you were saying that Trump is far right.
Yeah, he is.
Trump is more populist, more moderate.
No, he's not moderate. I don't know where you get this idea from. He is a hyper-nationalistic authoritarian that is not moderate by any stretch of the imagination.
Trump leans right. He tries to do stuff.
Leans right? No, he is very right-wing.
Not as right-wing as like Michael Knowles, Charlie Kirk,
yeah, because
Nick
they're far
Fuentes.
right. Yeah, because they're far right. He's not as far right as other far right people. That's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
like
that
saying that
makes
like
him
I'm
not
not
an
far left. That'd be
authoritarian
like saying that like
dictator.
that'd be like saying that I'm not far left because I'm just like a market socialist as opposed to like a communist. It's like, well, yeah, but like we're both far left, even if we're different types of far left. Like, yeah, those are different examples of far left, right? The same logic applies in the opposite direction, right? Like, sure, there are going to be people that are further left than me. That's true. There are people that are a lot further left on some issues. That doesn't make me not far left. That just means there's people that are further left.
There's people that find compromise on different issues, and that's what both sides of the aisle need to start doing. So we don't have to
it's not
vote
about
along
compromising.
party
We shouldn't
lines.
compromise when it comes to trans issues. We shouldn't compromise basic human rights. That's absurd. Why would we do that?
Well, I don't think trans people should have less rights.
Okay, so you would agree then that there's no compromise there then. It's not something we should compromise on. It's something that, sure, should collectively agree that trans people deserve basic human rights, but when conservatives try to roll those back, we shouldn't compromise with them and be like, well, they can retain some of their rights, but not others, right? That's how we end up where we are now.
Trans people shouldn't have less rights than normal people, but they also shouldn't have more rights than a normal person.
What additional rights would be granted?
Biological men in a woman's sports, they have an advantage.
Okay, so what if it's the case that, let's say, for instance, you have a trans woman, okay, and she never went through male puberty, right? She went on puberty blockers and then she went on HRT, meaning that she has no biological advantage. Should she be barred from participating in women's sports?
I think that's a very rare case. And
That's like a yes or a no question.
I think that she should not be in the women's sports.
Why? She doesn't have an unfair advantage.
Unless they're gonna test like bone density, do weight tests,
Bro,
I don't know,
I'm sorry, but like, how
testosterone
much do you need to
levels,
test
every
bone?
little thing.
I'm sorry, but like, how realistically, how much of a fucking difference is bone density? Really, you're worried about bone density? Like, unless bone density is like super low or some shit, then like, yeah, it's probably not gonna be that big of a deal, right? If we're talking about the biological advantages that a biological male would get, that is going to be on the basis of them having testosterone in their system, or even if you want to say having gone through male puberty in of itself is an advantage, and that's fine, but that would only bar people that have been through male puberty. Similarly, if let's say you have a cis woman, right? But let's say that at one point she thought she was trans and she's a detransitioner, but she went on testosterone for 5 years. And 2 years ago, she started detransitioning. You would also have to bar her from being able to participate in women's sports. That would be a concession that you would have to make on the basis of there being an unfair advantage in that regard. So if you're going to take this position, you need to be consistent.
Okay, well, Leah Thomas all of a sudden said she was a girl.
I'm not
and then
interested in
tied-
Leah Thomas
tied
right
with
now.
Riley
I'm
Green.
trying to point out the potential contradictions of your worldview, right? So
I don't
asking
care
you-
about the worldview, or I just care about
okay,
college
but we're
women's
addressing
sports, and that's it.
Yeah. So like, if we're talking about college women's sports,
That's all I care about.
Do you agree that the trans girl, the trans woman that never went through male puberty, do you think she should be allowed to participate in women's sports? You said no, despite there being an obvious contradiction there in your worldview, which is that there would not be an unfair advantage. There would be no meaningful distinction there
I
between
don't
them
know
and cis women.
if there would be an unfair advantage or not.
You don't
Saying
know?
She never
Use
went
your
through
head.
male puberty.
Yeah, if you've never gone through male puberty and you have estrogen in your system, what would your unfair advantage be?
And in that case, I don't know exactly how rare. When that case comes up with a certain college, that college
What?
could write a petition to allow that
Write a
person
petition?
in, and if
Why
yeah,
can't they just be allowed in?
because all the other competing colleges would have to agree to that first.
Yeah, problem? Yeah, what's the issue with that?
If all the colleges agreed to it, then they can make an exception for that person.
Yeah, why shouldn't they? Well, not just that person, but anyone that's in that situation where they haven't gone through male puberty. Anyone that is a woman that hasn't gone through male puberty should be able to participate in women's sports. Why do you disagree with that? Why shouldn't that be the case?
I think that's a fringe enough case to where if all the NAACP agreed with it, then they could be allowed. That's how I feel.
Okay, so you do think that they should be allowed, correct? It's not.
In that rare case, if everyone agreed to it in the NAACP.
If everyone agreed to it, we're not asking how many people agree to it. We're saying, regardless of what people think,
all the competing colleges.
I don't care what the competing teams think. I don't care what they think. I'm asking you what should be the case. I'm not asking what a populace of people believe to be the case. I'm asking you specifically, do you believe, yes or no, that they should be allowed to participate in women's sports?
I don't know enough about that.
You don't know enough about it. Well, we've already established they don't have any biological advantages that would be unfair. So if it's the case that they don't have any unfair advantages, then what is your basis for barring them?
My basis is someone that just actually went through male puberty, identifies as a woman, and then competes like Leah Thomas and Riley Gaines.
Okay, but that's not just a description of them. We're talking specifically about ones that haven't gone through male puberty. So if you want to bar people on the basis of having gone through male puberty, that's fine, but you have to apply that standard broadly and say that for trans women that haven't gone through male puberty, they should be allowed to go to participate in women's sports. For cis women that have gone through male puberty, they shouldn't be allowed to participate in women's sports. You must apply this standard broadly if you care about fairness, if you believe that having gone through male puberty is such an unfair advantage that it fundamentally alters the integrity of the sport.
I see. I don't know enough about that. You know, how long the puberty blockers last, or if you take them for your whole life or what. Like that's
okay. So in terms of how gender affirming care works, what'll happen is you go on HRT for the rest of your life if you're trans. Unless you detransition, you're generally going to be on HRT for the rest of your life. And that means that you're going to, if you're a trans woman, you're going to have estrogen levels that are that of the average cis woman. Your testosterone levels are going to be lower than that of the average cis woman because you're taking testosterone suppressants, right? And additionally, if you haven't gone through male puberty, there is no reason to believe that you would have an unfair advantage. That doesn't make any sense.
So muscle mass, I don't know. Like when I look at Leah Thomas,
what
Leah
hormone?
Thomas had broad
What
shoulders.
hormone? Yeah, okay. And what caused her to have broad shoulders?
Probably went through male puberty. I'm guessing.
Male puberty. So if we're talking about cases where people haven't gone through male puberty, that wouldn't be applicable.
Then you would agree that we can ban that from college sport, women's.
I haven't stated a position on that. I'm trying to get you to be consistent on your position first. And then we can move on to, a more nuanced position.
But
if you can't even concede that yes, we ought to allow trans women that haven't gone through male puberty to participate in women's sports, then I'm obviously not going to convince you that Leah Thomas should also be able to participate in women's sports, right? So I'm trying to get you to concede a little bit first to see if I can get you to like a reasonable position that's internally consistent from your view.
I told you my opinion. If they haven't gone through puberty yet and all the competing teams agree, then they can
it's not that they haven't gone through puberty yet. It's that they haven't gone through male puberty. They could be an adult that hasn't gone through male puberty because that's what puberty blockers are for. And then estrogen. So they wouldn't have gone through male puberty. So it's not whether or not the competing teams agree. I'm asking you, do you, Triste, a person in Discord of VC, do you think that they should be able to compete? Not what do other people think, or, well, if they think it's the case, then sure. I'm asking, what do you think? Do you think that logically speaking, it would make sense? No, I'm asking you logically, on the basis of fairness, do you think that they should be allowed to compete if they haven't gone through male puberty? Yes or no? This should be the easiest question to answer directly.
I think if they haven't gone through puberty yet,
male puberty. They could have gone through female puberty.
If they haven't gone through... Okay, so if they haven't gone through puberty...
Male puberty.
They should still have all the other competing teams agree first.
Why? Why don't they have to do that for cis women?
That's just what I think. It's because
Okay, but like I'm asking, I know that's what you think.
They're XY biological male.
Yeah. Why is that relevant in terms of fairness?
Because college women's sports should be cisgender women only. It's the most
but
fair
why?
way. It's fair
How is
to
that
all
fair?
the women.
Yeah, but
It's
that's just
fair
like,
to all the
yeah, but like I
people
gave you an
that-
example in which that wouldn't be the case, right? If we're talking about a transgender woman that hasn't gone through male puberty, instead she went on puberty blockers at the age of 11, as soon as she hit puberty, and then 2 years later she started estrogen. So and she's still on hormone replacement therapy to this day, right? She never went through male puberty. Why would that be unfair? If you're going to defer to fairness, you have to explain why, despite the fact that this wouldn't be unfair, obviously, which you agree it wouldn't be unfair, why they should still be barred.
Because some people might think they have a unfair advantage.
Okay, so
Wouldn't they
because
have
people
more muscle mass?
someone might incorrectly make an assumption, that means that they should be barred based on somebody else's false pretense. That seems a bit silly.
She's like 6'3" and has more muscle mass. They just never went through puberty.
You mean never went through male puberty? Yeah, there are going to be some cis women that are like that. What about it? Yeah, what if they end up going through a female puberty that leads to the same outcome that happens with a lot of cis women? Yeah, that's going to be rare, but yeah, that could happen. Yeah, that is possible. What about it?
See, it's just so rare, and I don't know enough about it to where I think that if that does happen, all the college teams should like look at it and vote on it. Like, you know,
Well, why would they have to vote on it on a case-by-case basis? That seems a bit ridiculous. When we could just have a general idea of like, okay, so if it's the case that they haven't gone through male puberty, there's no unfair advantage, therefore they should be allowed to compete. That's like the easiest position to have. I don't know why you're not able to concede on that.
Okay, so your position is if they have gone through male puberty and then they identify as a woman, they should not be able to compete, right?
Oh my God. I haven't stated what my position is. I'm critiquing yours.
What is your opinion?
I honestly don't give a fuck if Leah Thomas competes, and I outright said this. I even said this, but I haven't stated it for the sake of this debate. And we can disagree on that, and that's awesome. But that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about your position, and I'm trying to find an internally consistent middle ground for you. I'm doing you a favor here because I'm not even advocating in favor of my position right now. I'm advocating for an internally consistent, I guess, modified version of your position, which would be A, more beneficial to trans people, and B, is, you know, more logically consistent, right? C, it's closer to my position, right? I think it's an the one that I'm trying to get you to is not one that I necessarily agree with, but it's one that I'm willing to accept. Do you understand the distinction?
Yes. And I'm thinking I'm more of a middle ground because you're saying all trans can compete.
Yeah, but that's not the debate we're having right now. I'm trying to get you to
compete.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get you to concede that.
I'm willing to find a middle ground where you're saying if they never went through puberty and they're just the same as a girl, I'm saying maybe there should be a vote amongst all the competing teams.
No, there's no reason to have a vote for that. If it's the case that they haven't gone through male puberty, then they objectively don't have an unfair advantage. You agreed to this. If it's the case that they don't have an unfair advantage, there's no reason to vote as to whether or not they ought to be allowed to. Okay, well, I'm telling you that they wouldn't, because the only unfair advantages that a male would have over a female is having gone through male puberty / having testosterone in their system. Those are the only possible advantages that they could have. So the fact of the matter is, if you've never gone through male puberty and you don't have testosterone in your system, and you never have and you never will, there's no reason to bar you from women's sports as a trans woman at that point. The reason being because there is no unfair advantage. If you're going to cite some sort of unfair advantage, then, well, there has to be an unfair advantage. Otherwise, there is going to be no cases in which it's okay to, well, you know, discriminate on that basis. So in the case of not anyone that's not gone through male puberty, there's no reason to discriminate against them because, well, they don't have an unfair advantage. Why would it ever be okay for the organizations to be like, actually, no, because you're a tranny, even though you literally and objectively do not have any unfair advantage, we're going to bar you anyways because we feel like it. Why is that justified? They wouldn't do it for a cis person.
Yeah, you know, it's just rare, and I don't know enough about it to make the decision on it.
Yeah, you've said like 5 trillion times, but I'm telling you, as somebody that has more knowledge than you, right? And I'm telling you, as somebody that has more knowledge than you, that's like a fucking stupid position. So if you acknowledge that you don't know shit about it, that's fine. But then, I don't know, maybe don't try to disagree with my position when I objectively know more. Like, no offense, like you're admitting, like obviously you don't know enough to have a position. So if I'm telling you, yeah, they objectively don't have an unfair advantage without male puberty, I've researched this, by the way, and it's the case that they want to compete, there shouldn't be anything that bars them from doing so, because guess what? They don't have an unfair advantage. If your standard is unfair advantage and they don't have that, then there's no reason to fucking ban them ever. Right? Now, if you want to say people that have gone through male puberty have an unfair advantage, that's a different discussion, and we could get into that as well if you want, but it's not going to be very easy to convince you of that if I can't even convince you on the most minuscule fucking concession imaginable. There'd be no point to it.
Okay, but the examples that actually happen are like Leah Thomas, the volleyball
That's
team
great.
in California.
That's great. What does that have to do with the policy being proposed that if you haven't gone through male puberty, regardless if you're cis or trans, you should be able to participate in women's sports, period?
I'd be willing to look at that, as a
You'd
thing.
be willing to.
But right
okay,
now, there's...
all right, I want you to look at that. But the fact of the matter is that is whether or not Leah Thomas has an unfair advantage has no bearing on that, because she went through male puberty. That's the difference. And again, we can go over whether or not trans sports is a legitimate thing to give a fuck about in the first place, in terms of, oh no, they're taking over sports. Because if we actually look at the statistics and whatnot, in terms of who has won what proportion of gold medals, we'll notice that in the Olympics, trans women are underrepresented statistically. It should be about 1 in 100 gold medals in the Olympics go to a trans woman for women's sports. It's a lot less than that. So fact of the matter is, we could go there, but I don't really see the point when you're worried about some perceived magical, mysterious, unfair advantage that you can't articulate that would somehow exist due to somebody's superior XY chromosomes, even though they haven't gone through male puberty.
Okay, well, most of the cases are the XYs that did go through male puberty. It happened at the
Okay, we're not talking about those cases. Yeah, we're not talking about those cases. So if we're talking about who, so if we're talking about, if we're talking about who should and shouldn't be barred, if I'm bringing up examples of people that haven't gone through male puberty, you agree they don't have an unfair advantage at all, then why the fuck would other people supposedly having an unfair advantage have any bearing on that? You can just determine. It's not difficult to prove. It's not difficult to prove if somebody has or hasn't gone through male puberty. You want to know how? Because there would be medical records that prove that somebody went through the medical process of transitioning early enough on in puberty where they're not going to get any of the effects of male puberty. That's how they would be able to do it, is by looking through medical records. And once they go through the medical records, there is absolutely zero reason to say that you shouldn't be able to participate as a trans woman if you've not gone through male puberty.
Okay, so trans female athletes that have not gone through puberty yet are
male puberty. They would have gone through female puberty. So it's not that they haven't gone through puberty. They went through female puberty. They haven't gone through male puberty. I want to make that clear, because you keep saying they haven't gone through puberty yet. No. They haven't gone through male puberty at all. They're not going to, because they're on HRT, right? They're on estrogen. They didn't go through any male puberty. Continue.
Okay, Femyoz, but that's what I meant. I meant male puberty.
You said yet, like as if it's going to happen in the future. It's not going to happen in the future. Either way, fact of the matter, they haven't gone through male puberty. Continue.
So there's like 10 to 15 trans college athletes that Trump's executive order affected, right? Because he banned trans athletes in college sports, right? With that executive order you're talking about?
Uh-huh.
If that's the only trans right Trump ever got rid of, how is he like...
That's not the only trans rights he's gotten rid of. Like, if we actually take a look at
what other ones,
but there's multiple executive orders. Wait, there's multiple executive orders. We went over one on stream.
Women in college sports.
Yeah. I said that there's multiple. So one of the ones that we went over on stream was the one where I made fun of him, and maybe you were there for it, maybe you weren't, but I specifically made fun of him because according to his own executive order, we would all be defined as women. Do you want to know where that started from? Do you know where that meme came from? If not, I can explain it to you.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so the reason that that meme occurred is because he wants to define trans people out of existence. So through his executive order, he explicitly went out of his way to try to define man and woman as exclusively biological terms. Well, why would he want to do that? Very interesting. It's almost like he wants to legislate us out of existence. Now, the meme aspect of it comes from the fact that he defined it as I think. He wants to define gender as your sex at conception. Now, what he fails to realize, and you'll pick up on this if you know anything about biology, is that we all start as female at conception, biologically, at conception. You start out as female. Now, sometimes, about half the time you end up, with a male. They end up developing into a male, but they start out as female. So. That's where the whole meme comes from. Not to mention the trans military ban. Why are trans people being discriminated from the military? Why is that something he's in favor of? There are plenty of people that are transgender that have been doing just fine in the military that also rely on that as a way of getting healthcare, gender-affirming care that they need, do not want to kill themselves, right? And Trump decided we're going to take that away. Not to mention the fact that, I don't know, he wants to remove protections from trans people, just, broadly. It's not a coincidence that we've seen like such a huge upsurge in, anti-trans bills being passed in a bunch of red states. This is very deliberate, and it's because Trump's not going to do anything about it. In fact, he actively encourages it. It's what he wants. It's all a part of this same end game.
Trump is a populist president, so if there's a big outcry of people, like there was a big enough outcry over Leah Thomas that he made it to where trans can't play in college sports.
He's not a populist in the way that you think he is. It's not just a matter of public opinion. Bernie Sanders was also a populist, and his policy positions were radically different from Trump's. So don't be like, oh well, he's just doing it because he's a populist. A lot of the things that he's doing in office are extremely unpopular.
What's something that Trump did that was insanely unpopular?
Not releasing the Epstein files. That's a good start.
Okay, that is a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah. Banning. What's one that would be not just unpopular?
4 administrations released them. Why hasn't Congress released them? And they've.
I'm pretty sure that they weren't able to. I'm pretty sure that they weren't able to. I'm pretty sure that they were only releasable starting in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. Look, the fact of the matter is, a populist should, if they're doing everything exclusively based on populism, they would release the Epstein files, right? That would be the populist move to do. Okay. Additionally, banning, and granted, this hasn't taken place yet, but Trump has outright stated his intent. And granted, I don't know if this would be able to get passed or not, but he intends on banning trans people broadly from getting guns. Very interesting. So this isn't only unpopular across the country because it sets a scary precedent. It's especially unpopular across his voter base.
Yep. That was just something that the DOJ was talking about after the Charlie Kirk assassination. Because his girlfriend was trans, and then there was a trans shooter at the Catholic school, and then there's a trans shooter at that Nashville school.
Yeah, and speaking of trans shooters, what proportion of shooters are trans? Rate. Okay, so what proportion of violent shooters are trans?
Over the last couple years.
Yeah, what proportion?
Over the last few years, there's been some of the school shooters have been trans.
Okay, that's not the question I asked you.
Over the last 2 years, there's a few of them have been trans.
Okay, do you think that answered the question I asked?
A lot more than the percentage they are of the country, disproportionately higher for school shooters.
No, you're just like wrong about that. They're actually underrepresented.
If you looked at all the school shooters in the last 2 years, I guarantee you a higher percent. That's going to be a hard statistic to find. You'd have to look at all the popular school shootings that happened over the last.
Oh, so you don't actually have a study or anything?
No, but it's school shootings are pretty rare.
Oh, okay. Well, in America, they don't really seem to be.
I mean, mass shootings, quote unquote, aren't like the rarest thing in the world, but they count every gang violence as a mass shooting too. I'm talking about like just schools.
Well, that's interesting because
the Tennessee school.
Because out of 201 mass shooters in a certain database, 196 are cisgender men, 2% are cisgender women, and 1 is a trans person. Ooh, interesting. Oh, here, I'm gonna link you this.
That's still a higher percent of the trans in general in the population.
No, 0.5. No, wrong. 0.5% is less than the percentage of people that are openly trans. So you're wrong about that.
So
it's actually a lot closer to 1% of people that are trans. So no, we're actually statistically underrepresented in shootings that happen. You're wrong.
It depends on how you look at those stats.
No, it does. No, it doesn't depend. It doesn't depend. What do you mean it depends? There is going to be a fixed number of shootings that happen. A fixed number of them are going to be from cis people. A fixed number of them are going to be from trans people. There's no room for interpretation there.
What's the number you just said?
That 0.5% of shooters in a certain database, right? So if we're talking about here, I'll give you the source, all right, and I'll put it in chat as well. I'll put it in the pop-out chat in the server.
Okay, well, I'm not really too worried about that because
I know you're not worried about the actual facts and the actual data, and you care more about your feelings, but unfortunately, that's not how the world works, and that's not how evidence works. That's not how the truth works. That's not how reality works. So you can feel however you want, but the stats disagree with you.
My point is that trans people should not have their Second Amendment taken away regardless.
Oh, okay, so you agree. So the fact of the matter is what Trump is doing is very unpopular, right?
What his DOJ was looking at recently.
I mean, do you want to look at like Trump's approval ratings? Well, what are Trump's approval ratings right now?
Well, why don't you look at the CNN poll that came out that says 52% of people think that Trump's doing what he was elected for.
Okay, what's his approval rating? That's not the question. I didn't ask.
Do you think like 40% or 45%? I don't know.
I think it's a bit lower than that. Let's see. Because 52% saying that like, oh, I think he's doing what he said he was going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's low. That's not like 52% approve of it. That's 52% of people think that he's doing what he said he would. Okay.
Which matters for the upcoming midterms of how people might vote. Because people typically vote for people that do what they said they would.
Oh, okay.
Because most of the time, politicians don't do what they say they were going to do.
Yeah, so like for instance, Trump, who specifically said that he was going to end the Ukraine war in a day. Guess what's happening right now in Russia and Ukraine? Has the war ended? No, you still got many instances of things like human safari. He said that there would be no wars under him. That's just not true. We've seen counter evidence to that.
Femyoz, that's a good point. Trump said he would end the Ukraine war on day one, and he hasn't. But he's followed up on it by saying the war was a lot harder to solve than he thought.
41. So according to
you admitted why.
Yeah. So 41% approval rating, same as the trans suicide rate according to CNN polls. Okay, so if we look here, it's not. So this is, when is that? Okay, that's. So right here, it starts out at 48% approve, 49% disapprove. Okay, you'll notice his approval rating is going way down, and his disapproval rating is going way up. There's a reason for that. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because he's sticking to all of the things that he said he would do? Do you think that's why?
I think it's because the liberal media does nothing but trash talk Trump no matter what.
Oh, right. But they didn't do that before the election. Oh, they did do it before the election, but that didn't convince people, but now it suddenly convinces people? Make that make sense. Why was the approval rating at 48% and the disapproval rating at 49% at the start of his term? And now we see that the approval rating has gone down to 41% and the disapproval rating has gone up to 57%. What gives? It's not that there's more anti-Trump media. There was actually more before the election, if anything, because then that's going to get a lot more traction. It's people are going to be thinking more about politics before the election than after. So that can't be it. So what is it?
Well, it's. I mean, you have a good point. It's hard to, because there's a lot of people out there like you that you know trash talk Trump, and people buy into that because they don't pay attention to things.
No, it's because they do pay attention. The reason they agree with me is absolutely because they pay attention. It's not just because I trash talk him. It's because I talk about the things that he does. I give a very objective overview of the shit that he's done. So, and sure, granted, I'll provide my opinion after the fact, or throughout maybe, but I give objective details. I'm very honest about what I cover, right? If somebody proves me wrong about something, I'll concede, right? I've done that on stream before many times, right? But the fact of the matter is, it's not me using my big scary manipulation tactics. I'm just some random shitter on the internet, okay? I'm not media trained. I'm not somebody that's bought out by all these fucking politicians. I'm just some random bitch that likes to yap into a microphone and just so happens to care about politics. And I'm not somebody that learns shit from just mainstream news sources. I don't remember the last time I watched CNN or Fox News or any of these or MSNBC or any of these mainstream news sources, right? I do my own research independently.
That's good.
And these are the conclusions I've come to. And you'll notice that a lot of people doing their own independent research come to very similar conclusions to me. Now, I'm not saying that that's everybody that watches me, right? There are going to be a lot of people that just like to watch me, that maybe my rhetoric causes them to align more with me. And I would say that's a good thing. That's a net positive. That is one of the things that I aim to do. But at the same time, it's not just people blindly following me, because part of my rhetoric requires that you actually do a little bit of thinking. I do that on purpose. I tell people to think for themselves. I don't do it in the bullshit conservative way of like, think for yourself, but not really, right? A lot of conservatives will do that. Think for yourself, but only in this way.
People on the left will do that. There was, a lot of Democrat females on the left, and then they went
Democrats
over to the
aren't
right
leftists.
because someone that was normally leaning left.
Really?
All the
leaning
time.
left or actually a leftist? Because there's a difference between someone like me who's a leftist versus like a centrist. You're talking about a centrist who was slightly liberal.
When I've heard people's stories of why they were on the left side and then they went over to the right side more.
Yeah, usually they're a grifter. Usually they're doing it for money.
The ones I heard about were females who, like a dude with a beard walked into their bathroom. That's why they went more right.
Right. And those are totally real stories. Why haven't
shaving in the girls' bathroom?
Why haven't I ever seen this? That's crazy. It's almost like it's a made up story. Wow, crazy how there's all these YouTubers that are claiming that all this crazy stuff is happening. It's stuff that you and I never see.
One personal story that I heard
about one personal story, and then it made them right wing. Oh wow, crazy.
Not made them right
magically. Oh, so what's interesting is you bring up YouTubers, right? A lot of YouTubers do have a tendency to lie. That is a thing that people do. People lie for money. I kind of do the opposite. I tell the truth in a way that gets me paid less. Unfortunately, it's par for the course. Being honest doesn't really get you that much for the most part. Sometimes it does if you get lucky, but it's a lot easier to grift to a right wing audience that'll just eat that shit up. You don't think people do that?
Yes, they do. Some of them do. But the left-wing people eat this stuff up too. It's bad on both sides.
It's bad on both sides. It's a lot worse on one side than the other.
Fox News is just as guilty as MSNBC.
No, Fox News is way guiltier. But besides, we're talking about YouTubers right now, because you brought up YouTubers. If we're talking about YouTubers, yeah, there are going to be a lot more right-wing grifters than left-wing grifters, because it's more profitable to be a right-wing grifter right now. To be like, oh, here's why I left the left, right? You don't see that many people making videos about why I left the right. There are some, don't get me wrong, but There's not as many, and the reason is because while it is true that many people like me started out as kind of right wing, in terms of when we first got into politics, I was center right. I don't make a whole career off of being like, here's where the right wing has gone too far. It's like, no, I just like changed my positions over time to ones that are more rational, and like that's it. That's like the whole story. Is I just became more rational, and most leftists are going to be the same. It's not like oh my god, this crazy thing happened that would be perfect to put in a YouTube video. It's like, oh yeah, like I thought about my positions, and then I did research and read studies, and then I slowly changed my position over time to the one that's more in line with factual reality. Like, okay, but that's not a very good video, is it? It wouldn't be a very good video if I was like, and here's the first peer-reviewed study that I read. That wouldn't be particularly interesting, would it?
Okay. Yeah. Do you know who Adam Mockler is?
No.
He's a left-wing YouTuber.
Is he a grifter?
I don't know. He's a left-wing YouTuber. Like,
what style of leftist? That doesn't tell me anything. It's center left, socialist, liberal. Like, what are we talking about here?
He's more of like the journalist style that like just he eats up every little story that comes out in the news, and then
okay, so he does
portrays
daily
it in a
slop
way that favors
You-
the left. Same thing MSNBC and CNN does. They
Okay.
portray the story that favors the left.
Really? I don't even think CNN does that all that much.
Not as much as MSNBC. MSNBC is far
no,
left.
just
CNN
no. I mean
is-
in general,
is a little more
MSNBC is
left.
not far left.
It's the farthest left news organization there is.
That's mainstream. I'm way
That's mainstream.
I'm way further left than MSNBC. But I think you are conflating being far left or far right or centrist with accuracy. For whatever reason, you think that being moderate equals more accurate, but this just isn't true. This is a misnomer. In reality, there are going to be many instances in which leftists are factually correct about stuff that centrists wouldn't be. But you view centrism because it's your worldview. You view it as some sort of default position. It's the path of least resistance, right? So because it's the path of least resistance, and because you view it as quote unquote unbiased, because you're not aware of your biases that exist, they exist by the way, you think that you're more objective than a leftist or a rightoid. But that's not true. You're not more objective than I am. If anything, you're less objective. At least I've thought about my biases. At least I'm aware when I'm biased about something, and I'll be honest about it when I am. But I'll explain why I'm biased to be able to justify it. You're not even aware when you're biased.
I explain why I'm biased about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Trump's rating went down from February to April. It went back up from April to June.
What's the general
and then
trend?
It went down again.
What's the general trend?
The general trend, it's going down.
Yeah, it's way the fuck down. Way down from what it was.
Didn't solve Ukraine on day one. And
I don't think that's the only reason.
People viewing his ICE actions as not going after the worst of the worst.
Well, it's not just about whether or not he's going after the worst of the worst. It's that they don't like his administration, and they're able to see how fucking brain dead.
They also don't like the Epstein. They also don't like the Epstein files.
Yeah, they also don't like all of the things that I mentioned. You're correct. All of the things I mentioned are things that I dislike, or that they dislike, even if they used to support Trump. So the fact
that you mentioned those are big things. But I'm saying on a day-to-day basis, he wakes up in the morning and takes control. He makes the ship not sink.
No, he actively makes the ship sink. No, you're wrong. Trump has been making the ship sink. Just because Joe Biden wasn't as loud or vocal doesn't mean that he was making the ship sink more. Right now, granted, Biden wasn't great. Biden wasn't great, but he did. At least there are things I can think of where it was like, okay, yeah, that was like a good policy position that he held. Like, I don't know, like advocating in favor of unions. That was pretty cool. I can't say the same for Trump. Trump is anti-union, but that's because he's anti-worker. He's anti-working class. Biden is way more pro-working class than Trump could possibly imagine being. Why? Because Trump is a greedy millionaire who doesn't give a fuck about you, me, or anybody else that actually exists within society. He only cares about himself, other people in power, people that sort of exist within his sphere or bubble, I guess.
He cares about Americans.
No, he
cares
doesn't.
about America.
No, he doesn't. If he cared about America, then why is it the case that he's the most anti-American president? Whether it be, I don't know, him trying to overthrow the government in 2020, lying through his teeth, mind you, that the election was stolen, trying to get Mike Pence to sign off on something that would be incredibly illegal, mind you. That's where the whole hang Mike Pence thing comes from, is Mike Pence for once had a fucking backbone and said, no, I'm not going to do this blatantly illegal shit. That would be fraud. I'm not going to commit fraud. So you have that.
He also had the power to look into the state's final vote counts as the vice president. That's all they asked.
That's all he asked? No, that's not what he asked. He asked for fraudulent electorate votes to be submitted. That's what he asked for. So you're wrong about that. If we're talking about Trump, that's not the only thing that he's done that's anti-America, whether it be being against the First Amendment and Fifth Amendment simultaneously, because his administration is the one that is arresting and charging / deporting Palestinian protesters without due process, right? So that is, or I don't know, him trying to get Jimmy Kimmel censored for simply making a joke about him using Charlie Kirk as a fucking weapon in order to shield himself from all the Epstein stuff, in order to distract from it, which is true. So again, he's anti-free speech. That the government shouldn't be able to step in and say, we're going to coerce you into not showing this show because we as the government don't like it, right? That's what he was doing, right? Again, I think that the more egregious example, Palestinian protesters being arrested and deported without due process for being Palestinian protesters, right? All of this fucking censorship, he went again, he's anti-Second Amendment, which is strange because his voter base is very pro-Second Amendment, right? Saying that trans people shouldn't be allowed to have access to firearms on the basis of being trans, which is also very discriminatory. Let's not kid ourselves. So in what world is Trump American? Where is the pro-American all of this? Can you explain how any of this is pro-America?
All of these were popular ideas that he entertained.
No, they're not popular ideas.
They were
no, they're not popular ideas.
Okay, well, first, let me make my point really quick because you got to talk for a while.
But you said wrong shit. These aren't popular ideas.
Okay, when you look at Biden's approval, Obama's approval, they have the same trajectory downward over time. Yes, they were slightly better numbers, but there's a general trend of any of these presidents just slowly going down over time.
Okay, that doesn't change the fact. Yeah, that doesn't change.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact. That doesn't negate the fact that at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, all of the things I listed are him being extremely anti-American. And you're not able to counter one of them and being like, no, he's actually very pro-America, because you're wrong about that. You know you're wrong about that. You know he's not pro-America. He does everything in opposition to America, in opposition to American values. He aims to accumulate as much power as possible. He aims to centralize as much power to himself as possible, as much power as he can to the executive branch. He's replaced everyone with loyalists because he's anti-checks and balances. He doesn't give a fuck about how, how the Constitution works or any of that shit. He doesn't give a fuck about America. He wants power, and that's what he is consolidating, and we see it happening in real time.
That's a good point, but I wanted to make my point. He entertains popular ideas, and your common theme of what you're saying is he's trying to do this. He's trying to do this. He's trying to do this. Why has he not done that? Because the Supreme Court is a check and balance. We have
because he's not been able to. So him not being able to do some the most insane authoritarian fascist shit that he aims to do is an argument in favor of him. That's an argument in favor of him.
Since he's not able to do those things, that by definition does not make him an authoritarian dictator. Because if he was a consolidated authoritarian dictator,
I didn't say he was a dictator. I said he was authoritarian. Authoritarian does not mean dictator, though. That doesn't necessitate that. You can be authoritarian and not in a position of power. Authoritarianism is an ideology that you espouse, or not that you espouse, but that he espouses.
He gravitates towards that.
No, he doesn't just gravitate towards it. He spews it constantly. That's why you notice how all of the things I mentioned are extremely authoritative. Oh, but he doesn't get away with it, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count. As long as he doesn't get away with it, it doesn't count. If he got away with it, then it would count, I guess. Okay, right. Do you see why that's like a really silly statement to make? Like, oh, well, yeah, it's true that he's like a hyper-nationalistic authoritarian freak, but like he wasn't able to get away with some of like the really fascist policies that he wanted to implement. Therefore, it doesn't count. Like, do you not see why that's like insane? It's like, well, but like, what if Hitler, wasn't able to, do the Holocaust? He would have been a great guy if you think about it because of the checks and balances. He actually would have been a great candidate. No, of course he wouldn't.
Whining over Jimmy Kimmel is not the same thing as holocausting 6
million. No. He's not. He wasn't. Granted, I'm not saying that they are, and he wasn't just whining over Jimmy Kimmel. He was trying to get Jimmy Kimmel censored. You fucking idiot! Yeah, he was whining, but he was also trying to get him censored. It's not just whining. If you were actively taking measures to get the government to censor speech that you don't like,
because he feels that like. How is that not an illegal arm of the Democratic National Convention?
How is it illegal to say your opinion
stuff every day?
What?
On MSNBC or Jimmy
Kimmel. They have the right to do that. Yeah, it's called the free speech. Yeah,
yep,
and Trump's trying to take that away. He thinks that the government shouldn't allow you to do that.
He tried to get Jimmy Kimmel taken off
air.
Yeah,
he tried.
About it.
But why did he try to do that? Do you think he did it because he cares about free speech and he's pro-America? Your statement was that he was pro-America, not that he couldn't get away with all of his anti-American positions.
Not in this
or all of the other situations that I brought up in which he's clearly and unambiguously anti-America, some of which he got away with, by the way.
Okay, so what was an anti-American thing he did that he got away with?
Oh, I don't know.
Deporting Gilmar Obrego Garcia, that we had to bring him back.
Oh, yeah, that could be deporting people for their free speech. Yeah, that'd be an example of violating the First and Fifth Amendment. I don't know about that specific case. I haven't read the particulars.
Mahmoud Khalil from Columbia College.
I'm pretty sure that was one of them.
Palestinian college guy, Columbia College.
Mm-hmm.
That the state Secretary of State was involved with that.
Oh, okay.
He got his green card a year ago. And
somebody got their green card a year ago. What does that mean? That means that they are here legally, right? They're not here illegally, right? So they have a right to be here. They have a right to speak out. And it's crazy how they magically were getting deported the nanosecond that they said something about being pro-Palestine and anti-Israel. Isn't that interesting? Wow, it's almost like the government is cracking down on speech under whose administration? Interesting. It's almost like right-wingers are anti-free speech.
There was a lot of like a Jewish coalition that wanted him taken down, and
and the government's job is to say, and the government's job is to say, well, he has a right to say his opinion.
The Secretary of State has the ability to look at someone who's pro-Hamas.
He wasn't pro-Hamas,
and weigh that. I believe he was.
No, he wasn't.
In an interview,
even if he was pro-Hamas, he has a right to be pro-Hamas. There's a difference between saying I agree ideologically with
true, but it was a gray area in the Secretary of State. It was not gray area.
Guideline. There was no reason to believe that he was a terrorist. That's just not true. There was no gray area. It was him exercising his free speech. You can think that what he was saying was reprehensible or that he was pro-Hamas or whatever, and you're entitled to that opinion. But for the same reasons that I don't think you should be censored for that opinion, I don't think that he should be censored for that opinion, for his opinions either.
We have these cases that come up. They're just not widespread.
Oh, they're not widespread, really.
Yeah.
Or for instance, in his first administration, which people don't often bring up anymore, when he said that people should be banned from banning the American flag, that should be a criminal offense, an act of free speech, burning your own private property to make a statement. He thinks that should be banned by the government.
Yeah, he removed that portion from his executive order.
Oh, he removed it. Why did he? Oh, why did he remove it? Oh, did he remove it because he disagreed with it? He changed his mind and he really cares about America? Or did he remove it because he had no fucking choice and he wanted to get the executive order passed regardless?
Because in his mind, being pro-America was not burning our flag. He views that as anti-American.
And he's wrong. Anti-America is suppressing free speech, which is what he does. Being pro-America would mean aligning with actual American values, which would constitute the ability to burn the American flag. That's what the founding fathers would have wanted.
Exactly.
He is the most anti-American motherfucker imaginable. I don't care if he says he's pro-America. He's not. It doesn't matter what he labels himself as. He can claim that he's pro-America all he wants. That the same way that, a Holocaust denier can claim that they're not a Nazi. But the reality of the matter is we can make inferences.
He's a very pro-American president. That's why
he's not. He's anti-American.
That's why people take cases
you're conflating.
Like, you're saying he doesn't like people burning our flag, so he's anti-First Amendment.
He's anti-First Amendment. That is far more.
Because all Jimmy Kimmel does is talk shit about Trump all day, every day for 9 years straight.
Yeah, that's the most anti-American thing ever. Being anti-free speech is anti-American.
Okay.
That is anti-American by definition. If you're against the Constitution, you're against America.
And this is why America's great, because look at the Supreme Court that Trump himself appointed was still against
Trump doesn't want it to be great. Yeah,
violation.
I know. What's awesome is that Trump himself doesn't want to do things that would make it great. He's actively harming America. So just because the Supreme Court disagreed with him and didn't allow him to do excessive censorship doesn't mean, I don't know, the trans military ban, the thing we talked about earlier in the conversation.
Is a very small
now it's a small percentage. I don't know, cutting taxes for the wealthy elite. Do you think that might not harm? You don't think that might harm the average person?
He just kept the taxes in place, and Amazon.
He kept them in place. No, he cut taxes for the rich.
I believe he just left them the same. Of what
he left them the same. Well, that's not true. No, he had tax cuts that applied to the rich. You're wrong. Try again.
All I know is the tax cuts were about to expire, and then he extended them instead of letting them expire.
And
then he added on no tax on tips.
And no tax on tips is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But who created the tax cuts for the wealthy elite in the first place?
Trump's first term.
Interesting. Do you think that that's something that betters the life of the average person? When that money of those people that are in positions of power could be going towards their health care? Do you think that they benefit when that gets taken away from them?
Who
knows? It's obvious. What do you mean who knows? It's not who knows. It's very fucking obvious that money that would otherwise go to benefit them through taxes is instead benefiting disproportionately the wealthy elite. Even more.
Let's say we did raise taxes on the wealthy elite. It's not gonna put that big of a dent in the.
It's not that big of a dent. Why did he cut taxes for the rich in the first place?
Well, first of all, they hire thousands and thousands of people, giving them jobs. Second of all,
do you think that they're operating at a net zero? Do you think that their profit is a net zero?
I don't think so.
No, obviously corporations have an excessive amount of profit. Do you think that they're not able to afford to hire more people? Or do you think that they want to hoard more wealth?
If their taxes got increased, they would probably hire less people.
Really?
Probably.
So you think that if their taxes got increased,
they would hire less people.
Right, but if they got decreased, they would hire more people, not just hoard their wealth?
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, if it works one way, it works the other way, right? So, but obviously it's the case that when taxes are decreased for the rich, they hoard that wealth because it benefits them and they don't have to hire more people. So obviously it's going to work the same way in the reverse.
Probably lay people off.
You don't think that they would do that already?
My point is Amazon hires a shit ton of people and they pay a shit ton of tax.
Really? How much do they pay their workers?
More than a lot of low-paying jobs.
And how are their workers treated?
With Walmart and Costco.
How are their workers treated?
I don't really.
You don't know?
I don't.
I'll tell you, they're not treated good. You don't care how the workers are treated? You don't care how the working class is
Yes,
treated?
they get. Yeah, Americans always bitch and complain about their jobs. That's just.
Oh,
Let's
you don't think
just-
there's a solution to that? You think it's fine that Amazon workers are treated unfairly? You think that's like totally cool that they're being exploited for their labor?
They're all but they're the ones providing all these jobs in the first place.
Oh, you should be
And all this
grateful to Jeff
tax money in
Bezos
the
for
first place.
yeah, so true. You should be grateful that Jeff Bezos is exploiting you for your labor. That's a very populist position. Yeah, you should start advocating for that and become the president. You should talk about how you actually benefit from billionaires hoarding more wealth and
let's say
and
you were the
how
one
you
who
should be
created
grateful. You should be a grateful Jeff Bezos bootlicker. If I created Walmart, I would create a worker cooperative. I would turn it into that if I owned a Walmart. Yeah.
Let's say
I know,
we
crazy.
if we took like $10 billion from Jeff Bezos, that wouldn't even put a dent in our government spending, but it would put a huge dent in his ability to buy a yacht or something.
Oh,
And if you
no,
started a company
not
like
his ability to
Walmart
buy a
or
yacht.
Amazon-
Also, if you think that $10 billion couldn't help the lives of millions, you are sadly mistaken. What if that $10 billion went to feeding homeless people or giving homeless people food and shelter? Do you know how many homeless people would be saved from that? As opposed to, oh no, Jeff Bezos can't buy his 40th yacht for the year. Oh, big fucking deal. Boo-hoo. Who gives a fuck?
You're putting things in like really big extremes on left and right.
No, these aren't
there.
extremes. This is how it goes on. Yeah, sure. Maybe 40 yachts is dramatic. He probably doesn't
already
have 40.
I know,
He
we
probably
already
doesn't-
have plenty of help for homeless people
Oh,
already.
plenty. Oh, really? Is that why, when I go to the city, in any city where their poor people are going to be, that I see people starving on the streets just because there's enough help for them?
So what we do here in
Or is
San
it their fault
Francisco
that they're
is-
homeless? I'm not asking
So
what you
what-
do in San Francisco. I'm asking you specifically. Do you think it's the case that it's their fault that they're homeless? You think it's all on them? And that they should just pick themselves up from their bootstraps?
For the most part, if they're addicted to drugs. which
Oh, if
most
they're
of them
addicted to
are, right?
drugs. Okay. So 2 points. One, it's not just if they're addicted to drugs. They're not going to be able to pull themselves up off their bootstraps regardless. If you say, for instance, if you have missing teeth and you haven't been able to shower in 2 years and you have dirty ass clothes and you walk into McDonald's and ask for a job application, they won't hire you. All right. We'll just say that. They won't
In
fucking
general,
hire you.
we should help
So-
people.
Oh, and what's required for that? Does it happen for free?
Yes, you can walk into the shelter. They'll help
Oh.
you. They'll get you
No, but
set
I'm
up,
saying
ready to go.
do these things cost money? Does it cost money to help people? Yes or no? On average, does it
Not
cost money?
necessarily.
Not
but
necessarily.
The programs are in
What do you
place.
mean not necessarily? It absolutely costs money. That's how the economy works. Yes, it does cost money to provide things to people.
My
Now, granted,
point is,
people
you
might
can't just
volunteer.
throw money at a problem.
Now, granted, people might volunteer their time and energy and maybe even their own money, though that would go into the money thing. But that's not enough. The fact of the matter is, we need more money going towards rehabilitation. Going towards helping these people who clearly need it. Let's say they're all addicted to drugs. Okay, great. What's the solution to that? Leave them there so they starve and die? That's inhumane. No, our solution should be to get them the help that they need. To
They usually don't
not
die
just-
from starving. They die from overdosing.
Oh, they die from really? Do you think that? Okay, so when I see people where I can see their fucking bones, they're the most bony motherfuckers I have ever seen
Buy 'em a
in the
sandwich
city.
or make them some food.
Oh, make them that'll feed them for a day. Wow, bravo.
Someone else can feed
That
'em the
doesn't
next
fix the
day.
issue.
Yeah, but if
Oh,
they-
and people do that. People do it to
Yeah.
the. Why are they all skin and bones then? Because clearly they're not being fed enough. If they're all skin and bones, so clearly your solution hasn't been working. Oh, yeah, your solution hasn't been working. If they're all skin and bones, what that means is they're not getting enough food or water.
Yeah. And why didn't they go to the food bank? Why didn't they go to the soup kitchen?
Why didn't they go to
Why
the
didn't they
food
go to
bank?
the church?
Probably
Why didn't they go
because
to
they
the
have a
shelter?
limited number of people that they're willing to accept.
Because they would no, they're open. So what happens is they go to
Oh,
these.
They're open.
They go to the
right. They don't have a
yes.
maximum capacity now. They have
No.
infinite number of slots. Really?
Yes, because
No,
people
that's not
go to
true.
people go fill the slots of the shelter
Oh,
program,
they
right?
fill the
And then they go,
slots.
and then they
They
leave
fill
them
the slots, so
because
there is a number of
they leave them.
slots.
They leave them because they want the drugs more than the help.
Oh, they leave them because they want the drugs more than the help. Really?
Yep. Yep.
Uh-huh.
That's what happens most of
Sure.
the time.
And your evidence of this is what exactly?
This is what happens all the time.
Oh, it's what happens because it's what happens? That's not evidence.
Because drugs are very addicting.
Oh, drugs are very addicting.
You don't realize how addicting these drugs
yeah,
are.
I'm aware that drugs are addicting. Do you want to know which costs money, by the way, what could be used to help people overcome drug addiction?
What?
Mental health resources. So, for instance, if somebody is addicted to alcohol, there are programs that they can go to that help them get sober. Same thing applies to any other drug. But you want to know what the issue with that is it's not accessible to everyone. And that shit can cost money. So not everyone has access to that, unfortunately. So surely if we were to take billions of dollars from Jeff Bezos, that could fund that, for example, right? There would be so many people that would be able to get sober as a result of that. There'd be so many people that would have access to mental health resources, but you're against that. You think that Jeff Bezos being able to buy another yacht is more important for whatever reason than these people's ability to get help. I don't know why you think that. I don't know why you think that that's like a good thing, but I don't know. Maybe you just want to reconsider some of your positions, because like if your position entails that Jeff Bezos gets to buy another yacht instead of hundreds or thousands, tens of thousands, etc. Maybe even more people than that getting help that they need, having their lives fucking saved. If you think that thousands of people having their lives saved is less important as an outcome, or if you're okay with their lives not being saved in favor of Jeff Bezos getting another yacht, like you have a very twisted worldview, whether you realize it or not. And I'm trying to illustrate this to you, right? Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Well, they pay the corporate tax rate of 21%, right?
And how much money do they have left over?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter. It absolutely matters, because that's the amount of money that they're hoarding.
How is raising taxes or taxing the rich going to solve any of these problems? So you're saying you raise the corporate tax rate, raise the capital gains tax rate?
Yeah. Raising the tax rate means that more money can be redistributed to people that actually need it. Jeff Bezos doesn't need more money. He's set for life. Okay, he's fine. He's going to be fine. If you take $1 billion from Jeff Bezos, he's not going to notice it. It's going to be fine. He'll be okay.
That's not taxes, though. That's stealing money he already has.
Oh, okay. Okay, but you get the point that I'm making.
But he has to put like a bunch of money into charity anyway, or pay taxes anyway, right?
Yeah, and I think that the bar should be set higher. I think more should be expected of people with his level of income, because he can do a lot more.
If he wanted
and I
to
think
be
that
a good
society
person,
should require that.
He could create a homeless shelter or something with some of that money.
Wow.
Like Bill Gates does, right? Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. We're back. Headphones died.
Okay.
I can't hear anything you're saying, by the way. I guess that'll be the end of the discussion. When my headphones are charged and I'm still streaming, feel free to hop back on. In the meantime, I'm going to charge my headphones and leave this VC for now. Anyways, thank you for coming on. It's been a pleasure, and feel free to come back on if I do more debates when my headphones are done charging. Wait. Hold on, give me a sec. Is it? No, wait, this one. This one. Okay. And then I go back here. Properties, details. This one. Okay. There we go. Lovely. And then I got a DM. Yep, of course. It's a pleasure to have you on. I'm tired. I don't know if I'm going to do more debates once my headphones are done charging, but I digress. I die fucking gress. Ooh, that's a sentence. I die fucking gress. Wow. Truly the sentence of all time. Oh man, it's 3 a.m. Oh man, Chat, how was that? Was that good content? I have no idea. I don't know if that was good or not. Yes, that was good content. Good. Poggers. Oh. Yes. That was great. Yes. Oh shit. You guys liked it? Perfect. 888. Oh, good stuff. I thought, dude, I haven't debated in so long. It's been a long time. I'm pretty sure we all agree with you except for RJ. You scare me in a good way? What does that mean? Great? Awesome. I'm glad I did great? Whoa, I didn't expect that. I just like, dude, that was like totally off the cuff. I wouldn't say I got caught off guard with the Charlie Kirk thing. I just like wasn't expecting that to be like my first debate. Because it's like, I don't know, I kind of forgot about Charlie Kirk low-key. So that like caught me off guard for a little bit, and I was like, oh god, I have to like remember all like the dumb shit that Charlie Kirk has said, you know, before he died. And I don't have like an encyclopedic knowledge of like every dumb thing he said, because it's like I didn't really know who he was. I mean, I knew who he was, but I never really paid attention to him. I just thought he was like a dumb shitter that like a Steven Crowder type, like debate people in public type, I guess. I didn't even realize he had as much reach as he did until after he was dead. So that one threw me for a loop. I mean, I still, like, you know, obviously was able to defend all my positions with precision, of course, but, you know, I was like, oh god, not this. You know, I didn't expect to debate that. And then for the trans thing, that was like a slam dunk argument for me, but I feel like it was like really repetitive. It really went in circles. I think my favorite discussion was the one that was like about Trump, because it was more broad, and I felt like, and like it didn't really go in circles as much. But I was like still able to hold their foot to the fire, if that makes sense. Does she do this often? No. I'm not really much of a debater. I was for a while. Hey Femyoz, why can't I join the debate chat? Good question. Probably because you're not verified on there yet. Okay, so you joined just now. Out of roles. Verified. Congratulations. Alright. Alright, you should do it more. You did well. Yeah, to be fair, if I debate like someone that's never debated before, though, like of course I'm usually gonna win. Maybe not always. I would assume that I'd win. It's good practice. Yeah, fair. Anyways. Nuh-uh, I joined like 3 days ago, or whatever your last stream was. Remember, I asked to be mod, and you showed all my comments on stream. But 3 days is not going to be enough to get mod, I'm sorry. No offense. Oh, I verified. Okay, you joined 3 days ago. What's your Discord username? So I can verify you. Bro, I know that now. Okay, I'm just making sure you know that. I just gotta make it clear for any new people. While you were debating that guy, we had our own debate over here. Yeah, that sounds like Femyoz chat. So you are super duper good? If you heard of Jovan Bradley. I watch Jovan Bradley occasionally. I haven't watched him in a while, but yeah, I was like watching his content for a while. He's literally debating regularly and you argue similar to him. And that doesn't surprise me. I did notice a lot of similarities between my style of argumentation and his. But I had been debating before I knew who he was, and by debating I mean like every few months maybe I'll debate. I don't know. There was like, okay, what happens with me is like there'll be like maybe at most a few month period of time where I'll like really into debate, and then I'll forget about it for like half a year to a year, and I'll get really into it for like a few months, and then I'll get bored of it and forget about it. So like, but technically I've been like debating quote unquote since 2022, but I don't actually have that much experience. It was more of us just dogpiling RJTBH. Oh wow. Still with facts. Yeah. Yeah, I like Jovan Bradley. He makes good content. I gotta see what he's been up to. I haven't watched his videos in a while. But L ideology from the trans community here in chat. Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, RJ, but you were not at one point in the waiting room, so like you had like, what was it, like 2 hours? How long did you have to join the waiting room? Like 2 hours. Okay, all right. Okay, that's your Discord. Let's see. All right, are you in? Okay. I don't see you. What the fuck? Or, maybe I have to like search. I don't see you in the Discord. I'm searching your username and you're not in it. At least not the debate server, which is different from the community server. And there's a reason we keep those servers separate. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways. Bro, I asked that and someone said I gotta be verified. Well, I mean, you can join the server, but like in order to like have access to any of the channels, I have to verify you. Right? And it's basically just so like people can't like join on like shitter accounts and then like join the waiting room, and like we have to have like some sort of barrier to entry essentially. Anyways, with the Discord server though, I have both of my Discord servers in the about section of my YouTube channel, so if you want to join the community server, there's that. I also have a call-in server, which is the debate server, right? The Femyoz call-in debate server is also linked in the about section of my channel. It'll say call-ins. So you'll want to join my call-in server if you want to debate me at some point. Honestly, a part of me wants to like clip debates and like make them into content, but like, I don't know. I'm multi-streaming on YouTube and Kick, so I'd have to like go to Kick and screen record. Oh well, I'll do that if I end up making a video, but I'd have to do that quick. Anyways. Chat, how y'all doing? How y'all doing, chat? I hope you're doing well. I'm surprised I was a good debater in that, because I was just going off the cuff. No preparation ahead of time. None of that shit. I guess it makes sense that, like, you know, RJ is being mean to us. RJ, don't be mean. It's not very nice. The talkies wore off. Anyways. I wouldn't make clips of callers without their consent. That doesn't make any sense. They're consenting on being live streamed publicly and the VODs remain public. If you, like, the name of the channel that you get dragged in from the waiting room is called On the Air. That means you're live, you're publicly there. If you're in a live stream publicly, you're implicitly consenting to being in a video, right? Like it's public content that I own, right? I think Joventism is spreading. No, I was like this well before Joven Bradley was a thing. But no, I do have a positive opinion of him, but no, my style of rhetoric, I think it wait, when did Joven Bradley create his channel and start debating? I actually have no idea. Hold on, we gotta go to YouTube. Yeah, if it's on stream, okay, it would be different if I was like recording people in private or whatever and making that into content. That'd be fucking weird. Hold on, Joven Bradley. When did he start debating? Okay, he has 60,000 subs, so his channel's doing better than mine, of course. Oh, he joined in 2021. When did he start doing debates? Okay. Oldest. Fuck, okay, wait, he started around the same time as me. Pro-life TikToker. Okay, so at least as far as I'm concerned, unless he did live streams. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, his earliest live stream that's still publicly available was a year ago. So he started, actually, he might have started before me, now that I think of it. Wait, I gotta check my channel. Because mine might be, it's either 2 years ago or almost 2 years ago when I started debating. Oh, okay. It was 2 years. Okay, so technically, yeah, I started 2 years ago. And I've been on and off, but I didn't know who Joven Bradley was. Until maybe like less than a year ago. Apparently he started on TikTok. Yeah, I don't use TikTok, so I would not know. No, I started out by watching Hunter Avalone and copying his style of rhetoric, and then I started watching Vosh and copying his style of rhetoric, and then I ended up being friends with debaters like Bunk and Synth, and I copied their rhetoric to an extent. But now I have like my own style of rhetoric. I feel like I have like my own, and I feel like the reason I might be similar to Joven Bradley is just because, like, if you're a debater, something you might do is you might pick up on other people's style of rhetoric like over time, and it's just like you end up with like a sort of amalgamation of like all the people you've watched / engaged with that are good at debating, and it's like, yeah, that's sort of what your style ends up being. Like you sort of pick up on all the things that you like about debaters and like things that you think that they do well and that makes them convincing, etc. And you sort of replicate that. So it wouldn't surprise me if, like, I don't know, he has like a similar back. But to be fair, he's been a more consistent debater than me because like he's debated for, and by that I mean like he consistently debates people. I wouldn't classify myself as a debater. I'm not a debate streamer. I'm not even a debater. I wouldn't even classify myself as a Discord debater, let alone like a debate streamer, because like most of my content isn't debate. It's like occasionally I'll do a stream like this where I'll debate somebody, but it's like very far and few in between. I don't even think of myself as a particularly good debater. Right? There are people that are actual debaters that are way better than me. So, yeah. Either way, it's been a fun stream thus far. I've had a good time. What can I say? I've had a good ass time. I've had a good ass time, bitch. That's right. Oh yeah. How you been doing, chat? Y'all better be doing well. I'm gonna be sad if you're not. That's right. Anyways. Real long stream? Hell yeah. We might restart stream one more time and do more debates. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now I want to do more debates, but now I'm going to be worse at debate because then I'm going to be like, you know, I'm going to have like too much of an ego, and then that's going to make me bad or something. I don't know how it works. I don't know. There have been times where I think I'll do like really well in debate, and it's like I'm just like sort of mid, like I'm mediocre. Like I'm just like I'm like okay. To be fair, generally it's without preparation, but you know. EP better? Unironically, I think that in some aspects I'm better at debate when I'm EP because I feel like I'm less focused on rhetoric, and I'm more focused on like I'm more willing to like give people like an opportunity to like give like their side or whatever, right? Rather than like trying to like completely dominate them in the conversation. I give them sort of a little bit more rope to hang themselves with, if that makes sense, when I'm tired, because it's like I don't have the energy to like constantly interrupt or whatever. It depends on how good the caller is. Well, yeah, obviously. Generally, I'd like to think that I'd be better than most callers, but, you know. That's because I've got more experience in debate than they do. I don't think of myself as a good debater, but I do think of myself as better than an average person at debate. I think of myself as better at debate than the average non-debater. Does that make sense? A lot better than the average non-debater, to be fair. Dominate. Okay, you guys are gonna make it fucking weird. All right, I see how it is. Oh, man. Woke up and our friends were laughing, saying we were spooning all night. That's pretty gay. Egos messes with me? Yeah. I think I had sex. I got drunk. Was at this friend's trailer with a group and she hit on me. At her kitchen sink and grabbed my hand, took me to the room, and I blacked out. Oh my. I'm a submissive debater. No, actually, that is the one regarding which I'm like kind of dominant, is like debate, I feel. Not always. If I get like really nervous, then I kind of like fold. Like that happened when I was like debating, like President Sunday like randomly fucking jumped me in like a call-in debate stream to debate me over like the chud logic shit. And I'm like, dude, no, what the fuck? But I didn't want to like say no because I don't want to look like a pussy. But like I just like didn't want to debate somebody that was like an actual debater over YouTube drama. Because like that's like my weakness is like debating YouTube dramas. Like, I don't know, it's weird because like you can't get like too autistic, but then like he got really autistic and I was like, what the fuck? And it's like weird because like the way that my brain thinks when I'm talking about YouTube drama is very different. So it's like, I'm not thinking like a debater when I'm thinking of like the chud logic stuff. I'm thinking like a drama streamer, you know? So I don't know. Oh. Four times weakness to dominate type. I see. I don't know. I can be fairly dominant, I think. In debate, of course. Hold on, I'm not gonna end stream or anything. It's gonna like lag for a second. Don't worry, chat. We're not going anywhere. It's just gonna lag for a second. I'm just like, if I start another stream, I wanna like have it ready so I can just like switch streams. And then yeah, we're gonna do that. All right, we're gonna do that. Don't you worry. Yeah, YouTube drama is usually not as concrete or studyable as something like gender studies. Exactly. It's like, or even like a political position, because like a political position is literally just like philosophy with an extra layer to it, whereas like YouTube drama is more vibes based. I don't know. That'd be fair. I mean, we're talking about like, okay, like, is Child Logic a bad person for something? So it was like a moral argument, but like President Sunday is like a philosophy fucking YouTuber. Like, and so like having like a moral debate with somebody like him is like fucking cancer. It's like, no, dude. That's like the one advantage that I have over drama streamers. That like, know more about a drama than me is that I'm able to outmaneuver them by being better at philosophy than them. But I couldn't do that with Sunday because he's way better than me at philosophy. So, and he's a better debater than me. So like there's like I was a little bit nervous. I can't lie. No, it was like so weird though, because I was like binge watching his content, so it was like it's just like there was like the fucking parasocial parasite in my brain just made me fucking shut down. Because it's like if I watch somebody's content in like a kind of parasocial sort of way for a bit, like I'm not gonna be able to like effectively push back on them as much. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know. Maybe I think it's just like a me thing. I think it's a me thing. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna lag for a second. Don't go anywhere. It's just gonna be a second. Alright, don't worry. 1 second of lag. And I'll be back. Don't worry. I'm just gonna fix something real quick. Alright, I think I set that up correctly. I'm not sure. I don't know. Streamlabs is fucking broken. Also, it made like a really loud... You guys didn't get to hear it because it was off stream, but it was like loud through my fucking speakers, I think, is what it was. Oh, dude, that scared the fuck out of me. That was like this loud ass fucking noise. Oh my god. Oh, that was... Oh, that was painful. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me. You guys didn't even get to see it, so you guys didn't even get anything out of that. You guys didn't even get to see my reaction, so now I'm pissed. Now I'm genuinely pissed. Okay, well, I wasn't able to set up another stream. Okay, well, that's awesome. That's great stuff. That's wonderful, even. Oh, that scared the fuck out of me, though. I can't even lie. Oh, shit. That fucking terrified me. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, we're gonna turn that all the way down and hope for the best. I'm gonna try setting this up. All right, it's gonna lag for a second. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. Don't leave just yet. All right, because I'm trying to set something up, okay? Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay. Oh, thank God it didn't fucking bug out or anything. Because, like, I would have been mad if it did. Oh my God. Okay, now we're going to go over here. We're going to go to customization, redirect, save, of course. Okay, we're going to go back to analytics. Now we're going to go over here. Now we're going to refresh this. So we're just setting up the next stream for when I, you know, inevitably sort of do that. Automatic ads. My head kind of hurts. I hit my head on a wooden door frame. Good job. Incredible work. All right. Add it to a playlist. No altered content. Femyoz. Chill trans girl stream. Debate me live. What did I used to call my debate streams? Yeah, I think I called them Debate Me Live. I used to put them in all caps, but I'm just gonna put it in regular caps. No, not Debate Me Love. I don't know. I'm sure people want me to. I don't know. Sure, a lot of people would like that, but no. Actually, do I do it in all caps? No, I don't think so, because these aren't going to be high energy. It's not going to be high energy enough. So, you know. Yeah, in order for me to, like, want to do that, I'd have to be like, yeah, we're gonna do, like, a big ol' high energy stream, and we're not doing that. Oh, wait, hold on, let's see. Okay, we gotta pin that message, pin live chat. All right. I need to drink some water. Oh, man. All right, I have to go over here and add the thumbnail, of course. Boo. Man, I'm so tired. Anyways, the next stream that I'm going to do is going to be very entertaining, don't worry. I promise, it'll be good stuff. It'll be very good, very epic. Don't worry, it's going to be the greatest debate of all time. I don't know why I sound like Trump now. Yeah. And, okay, so I got that all set up. I don't have to worry about that now. And got some water. Or not why I already had water, but you know. Yeah, I'm basically transgender Donald Trump now. It's true. It's true. It's facts. All right. I need to stretch. I just realized I need to piss. I'm gonna be right back. All right. I'll be back in a sec. Let's see here. Actually, I just realized something. For the Debate Me live stream, I'm thinking maybe like $20 equals kick collar. Yeah. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be a smart way of doing it. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? That seems like a smart idea. That's how I get money. If someone's being really annoying, you guys can kick. Because then, like, the people that don't want me to debate somebody can just be like, yeah, it could be because they're annoying, because they're boring. It could be anything, really. It doesn't fucking matter. You can kick them for any reason. If you have $20 to back it up. Now, obviously, I can also kick them for any reason at any point, but you know, I'm a little bit less likely to. So, you know how it be. With that being said, how long have my headphones been charging for? You think they've been charging long enough for me to, you know, get the full benefit of whatchamacallit of them being charged? Also, man, my boobs growing? What the fuck? Why is it so tight? Oh, why do they feel so sore? What the fuck? If Archie finally gets in, I'm gonna pay to kick him. Yes, but you can also pay money to get back in. You can pay money to add them back. So all right. I think, yeah, let me get my headphones. Okay, that should work. Okay, let's go back here. And that goes to... okay. Lovely. All right. And what that means is, let's go over here, make sure that that's all set up properly. It should be. Yep, everything looks about right. All right. We're going to restart stream now. So we're going to move on to the next stream, which is going to be a debate stream. That's right. We're doing a debate stream next, specifically for call-in debates. So join the Discord server if you're interested in that. Just saying. All right. All right, yeah, I'm gonna end stream. But I'm not ending stream. I'm doing a debate stream in 5 seconds. So it should redirect you. If it doesn't redirect you to the stream shortly, then click on my channel first and refresh until you see the stream that I'm doing, because I'm not ending stream. I'm just restarting stream. Very different, by the way. Very different things. All right, see you in like 5 seconds.